Folks, Black Star Network is here.
Hold no punches.
I'm real revolutionary right now.
Support this man, Black Media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland.
Stay black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, this difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig? Folks, it is debate night. President Joe Biden debating the convicted felon Donald Trump in Atlanta, presented by CNN, the first one of this presidential cycle. Lots at stake when it comes to who is going to perform well tonight, speaking to voters who frankly many folks have been tuned out. Over the next several hours, we will, air the debate. We'll have pre-discussion with our fantastic panel. And then, of course, we'll break down what happened afterwards. And so it's going to be a fantastic special edition of Roland Martin Unfiltered right here on the Black Star Network. It is time to bring the funk. Let's go.
He's got it. Whatever the biz, he's on it. Whatever it is, he's got the scoop, the fact, the find. And when it breaks, he's right on time and it's rolling. Best believe he's knowing. Putting it down from sports to news to politics. With entertainment just for kicks, he's rolling. It's on go, roll, y'all. It's Roland Martin, rolling with Roland now. He's funk, he's fresh, he's real, the best, you know he's Roland Martin now.
Folks, welcome to the special edition of Roland Martin Unfiltered right here on the Black Star Network. It is debate night. President Joe Biden against convicted felon Donald Trump in the first debate of this year. Both of them chose not to participate in the presidential commission. Their debates, normally those take place in the fall in October, but they've decided to start earlier than usual on this night. Huge stakes for both individuals. For President Biden, it's for him to show his command and leadership. On the opposite side, the question is, can Donald Trump actually keep his mouth shut and not act a fool? We all remember, of course, the last time they debated in the last cycle, and it was absolutely atrocious where Donald Trump was huffing and puffing and constantly interrupting. The rules of the CNN debate are different. One, mics can actually be cut Also, the candidates cannot interrupt each other. You also do not have a studio audience, so no playing to the crowd as well. And so it's going to be about an hour and 45-minute debate. We're going to be streaming it right here on the Black Star Network. We're going to have discussion before the debate, but also afterwards. But first off, earlier today, I had a chance to sit down and chat with Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens. A lot of things happening in the city, and all eyes are on the city they call too busy to hate. Here's my conversation with the mayor. All right, Mayor Dickens, all eyes are going to be on your city with this presidential debate. Of course, this is a lot different than what folks expected and much earlier as well. The Biden-Trump folks didn't want to deal with the Presidential Debate Commission. That didn't, of course, sit well with folks in Virginia State who were going to host one of those debates. And so let's just talk about logistics. Y'all have had a lot going on. 800 credentialed journalists, folks coming in from all around the country. Just talk about what that has been like dealing with all of that.
Yeah, man. I mean, we are excited to be at the center of the political universe once again, coming to Atlanta, Georgia for this first 2024 presidential debate. All eyes are going to be on Atlanta, and, it's taking place at CNN. CNN is hosting it. They're operating it. You and I talked yesterday, aside from me making sure a lot of safety, a lot of security, a lot of traffic planning, and all those things were being put in place. We talked about the fact that, I was very disappointed about CNN not credentialing Black media outlets. So you brought me up on game on that. I had no idea that that was even an issue. I thought that, all media outlets were allowed to attend, or that there was an easy credentialing process. And so, we have been dealing with that. And I mean, you and I may get into that in a moment, but you told me about it. I made some phone calls to CNN, and we're still making phone calls to CNN, talking to them and trying to get them to give credentials to Black media outlets and local media outlets. It was a disappointment to hear that you got 600 or 800 credentialed organizations and the Black media outlets don't have a shot at it. And, they gave explanations around the timing, saying that they had a chance to apply for credentials and many of them missed the time, and that there's other outlets that are not Black that also missed it. And they're trying to have a fairness argument about if you accept them, you'd have to accept them. And we don't have enough space to accept everybody. They talk about security, Secret Service, and timing of getting everybody those security clearances, et cetera, et cetera. But it's just a disappointment to hear all those excuses as I've made phone calls and even had an in-person conversation with CNN execs just yesterday, just last night. But still, they haven't budged. They considered it. They considered the things that you gave me to think on, Roland, and to share. They said they considered it. They came back and said, can't do that for this reason. I just can't get over the fact that they're thinking that the Trump campaign would look at them as biased if they allowed this to happen because of the late entries. And I said, the Trump campaign always thinks that you're biased. That's part of their game plan, is to put you in a defensive posture. So anyway, Atlanta's going to be ready. We are ready to host, the people. We have a big international soccer match happening at 6 p.m. and then the debate is at 9 p.m. So we are busy all day.
Indeed. And when we talk about, part of the whole point when you talk about the media coverage is because it is a critical election. It is a repeat of 2020. And it's not just, even though, normally you have debates, you have a studio, you have an audience, normally it's in an auditorium or theater. That's not the case now, but you still are going to have a number of folks. The spin room is going to be packed with different people, Republicans and Democrats, of course, trying to spin who won the debate when it is all over, because the stakes are so high. And your state is a critical state. Biden-Harris won that state, squeaked by in 2020. Trump kept yelling about how it was rigged. He actually attempted to steal the election. That's why he got indicted. And so Georgia is still on the board come this November.
Yeah, Georgia was the tipping point in 2020 by 11,000 votes. Biden won over Trump. So 4 years ago, Georgia stood up. These counties around Metro Atlanta, Fulton, DeKalb, Cobb, Gwinnett, and Henry County, Rockdale County, we all stood up and said, no more to Donald Trump. And then we did it again with Warnock and Ossoff. And then we had to do it again in 2022 for Warnock, for him to be reelected. And so Georgia went blue in 3 different election cycles in 20, 21, and 22. So we are, excited to get back to that. And, Trump told lies and tried to make us recount 3 different recounts for him to try to find 11,000 votes, even pressured folks, which is why Fonnie Willis has him, in court to be able to explain himself for why he was intimidating folks and basically trying to overthrow an election and have fake electors in place in Georgia. So Georgia is really on everybody's mind about how we're going to go. We have been a red state for a long, long time, a red state with a blue dot. That blue dot is around the metro area of Atlanta and down in Savannah and Macon. But, we went blue. And so we're a swing state. We're one that is of significant interest to both candidates. And, we wanted to host the DNC. Of course, that's in Chicago, and I'll be there for that. But now, the make good, as they will say, is that we're having this debate take place here in Atlanta. And, for like you and I have said, Atlanta's the Black Mecca, and Black voices got to be heard, and Black media needs to be the outlet to communicate to the Black population.
And look, there are issues. There are issues that matter to us. You have Donald Trump consistently, frankly, lying about what he accomplished on behalf of African Americans. He was just recently at a church in Detroit. And that's one of the things that I keep saying, listen, it's about accountability and forcing folks to have to address those questions and not just making stuff up. They had some barbershop event with Congressman Byron Donalds and Wesley Hunt and Ben Carson and others. And a lot of those lies were repeated again. And I challenged conservative radio talk show host Shelley Winter. He's like, well, Roland Martin, you're lying. I'm like, dude, you're supporting one of the biggest liars. And that's the thing. The reason we have to have our media there as well, and not only challenging candidates, but also forcing other media to stop accepting the lies as facts.
That's exactly right. You got to have the checks and balances. We know that Donald Trump has come to Atlanta and lied about the size of crowds. He was in Detroit at a quote unquote Black church, and it was all white folks in there and a handful of Black members. And then yesterday, he talked about how he's coming to Atlanta where he got his mugshot. And then I guess he was at some barbershop or some place where he was virtual, and he had Black conservatives at the barbershop, and they were having a dialogue, but all he kept talking about was how Black folks like him because he also has a mugshot. Now, come on, Roland. Because you got a mugshot, Black folks like you, you basically equating being Black with being criminal, being Black with being incarcerated. He said Black and Hispanic folks are voting for him because he understands their plight. He does not understand our plight, and we're not a monolith. We're not, everybody isn't, as he thinks, getting a mugshot each and every day. So it's disrespectful, and he constantly disrespects us. And then what he's going to do is he's going to go out there and he's going to be on a revenge tour, a tour where he's going to cut his teeth on coming after anybody that disagreed with him in the 2020 election and disagree with him in this election. And so he's a narcissist. And what we know he's going to do is he's also going to go out there and make sure that he gives tax breaks to the ultra wealthy, his friends, the Mar-a-Lago crowd. And then he's also going to go and attack women's rights and also small businesses, minorities, and things that we hold dear. He's not going to look out for us. So I'm concerned, and I want to make sure that folks that have we had a lot of energy in 2020. It was a necessary time coming off of George Floyd, unfortunate situation where police brutality coming in the social justice movement. We were in the middle of COVID. We had to get Donald Trump out of there. And I'm concerned that people are only looking at tomorrow and not remembering how you felt in 2020. You felt about a president that was telling you inject bleach in your skin and that'll help with COVID. somebody that didn't care too much about our rights and women's rights and minority rights and these things. And I'm just fearful that people have forgotten how they felt and why they went out to vote. And then that now we have this record low unemployment, why we have all these millions of jobs each year that keep coming out of this Biden-Harris administration, all the student loan debt that's been forgiven, the insulin costs gone down, all of these great things that have happened, and how cities have benefited from the American Rescue Plan. It really benefited Atlanta tremendously for our youth, for our public safety. It impacted how we went about helping small businesses and to bring down violent crime in our community. We utilize that money significantly, and I think that's what the Biden-Harris administration you can count on.
Well, just a couple more questions. When you look at, obviously, I don't spend a lot of time focusing on polls because reality is June. And if I'm correct, I think you understand that when early on when you were running for mayor, you were not at the top of the polls. Right. Things change. There's a build up. People begin to tune in. But I do think what is important right now, and I've said this consistently to the Biden-Harris campaign, they need to be in what I call an education information stage. There are a lot of people who are still looking at high prices, inflation, who are feeling the pain. And I said, you have to explain to people, communicate to people, talk to people about the things that you have done and accomplished, and then lay out what the agenda is moving forward, which include, and I said, listen, you should have all across this country, Black state reps, state senators, mayors, city councilmen, others holding weekly town hall conversations, talking to people about those things, because if you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah, that's right. I just like you said, I know that a poll in June or July is nowhere near what the end result will be in November. You have a buildup. I was polling at 4% in March when I started my campaign to be the mayor of Atlanta. I think by June I was at 6-7%. And I ended up winning the election by 64%. And it's a buildup. You have to get the ideas out there. You got to go meet and greet people. You have to build up your volunteer base and your team. You have to go raise money, and you have to do all the things that's necessary to make sure the public has a awareness of what you're going to do. And so that's where Trump is right now. In certain polls, he's up by 2 or 3 points or 4 points over Biden. But I think once all the chips are counted, you'll see that on election day that Biden-Harris administration will win again. When I looked at some of the data from the recent poll that was taken in Georgia, it didn't have a large amount of people under 30 or under 25 in that voter pool. I don't know if they just called if they called landlines and didn't call cell phones, or young folks that number. If you don't identify that number, they're not answering. And I also know that young folks are not a monolith, and some of them have apathy right now because they are concerned, and we all should be concerned about national affairs, the political challenges abroad, and about what's happening in our geopolitical landscape. And folks have strong feelings about that. But I also know that the message couldn't be clear that you don't get rid of Joe Biden to go to Trump, who's going to be worse on all international fronts and all domestic fronts. And you judge Joe Biden against the candidate that is running against him, not against the almighty. So we are in a political landscape where you're going to have to choose somebody. And we cannot let the couch get enough of a percentage to bring down Biden. If people stay home, that's a vote for Trump, essentially. If you stay home in this election, people that I'm talking to right now, you have essentially gave at least a half to a full vote to Trump. We need everybody to do like we did in 2020 and to show up. And even between now and then, make sure you get your voice heard. Share your ideas, share your concerns. And there's enough people that's going to be on the ground around here to make sure that you get heard.
Well, I'll make it clear to folks that somebody is going to win. Let's be real clear. Somebody will win. And also, I've long said, if you don't vote, shut the hell up. Because the bottom line is you forfeited your right to complain because you didn't participate in the electoral process.
That's right. That's right. You can say that. I can't say it exactly the same, but I can say you're right.
Well, trust me, I've been saying it for years, and people get mad. I'm like, I don't care. I don't want to hear you complaining about this, that, and the other if you didn't cast that ballot.
Right.
Mayor Dickens, I appreciate it. Thanks a bunch.
All right, thank you, man. Keep the fight.
And also, this is for Scott Bolden. He's always complaining. He says, "I don't let Kappas on the show." So this is I keep telling Scott. I said I allow a few.
Thank you for allowing a Kappa on your show, brother. I appreciate it.
That's why I had to put on my Alpha a voteless people's a hopeless people shirt just for you.
Oh, see, I didn't even see that. I would have worn my Kappa stuff.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
All right, man. Thank you. Take care.
Be well. All right. All right, folks, that was Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens. A lot of stuff to talk about, of course. Our panel is ready to go, so I'm about to walk over there and join them. But I figured, first, actually, before I go over there are a lot of watch parties going on right now. First of all, let's do a live look. The sisters, Higher Heights, they got a watch party going on, and so this is a live look at their watch party right now. They are on Zoom, so they got folks checking them out. Also, of course, this is a live look inside the Media Center in Atlanta, where more than 800 journalists are credentialed. Very few black-owned media there. You heard us talk about that whole drama there. And so that's what's going on right there. And so we'll be checking into both of those all throughout the show. And so let's introduce our panel. But I figured, you know what, versus having it dry how we normally do it, I figured we need to go ahead and just get them fired up off the bat. So while I walk, y'all hit it. I'm just saying, so Congresswoman Jasmine Kane is in Atlanta. She couldn't join us. So I said, let's go ahead and play Bleach Blonde, Bad Built Butch Body, because Martin Taylor Greene is from Georgia. And so we got everybody in the house. To my left, Lauren Victoria Burke, NNPA, Black Press USA. Say what? The fuck?
I can see the debate team.
Oh, good.
Yeah, you can see food.
Yeah, so we can go. All right. You got the walk though, right? You got the stroke.
So much sauce.
All right, we ready? We up? All right, y'all. So it looks like we're back up. So I don't know what the hell happened there. So I guess Marjorie Taylor Greene was a little pissed off, but it happens. So to my left, Lon Victoria Burke, Black Press USA, Eugene Craig, Rebecca Carruthers, Dr. Mustafa Santiago Ali, and then we got. Why you sitting there with an attitude? Why you, what? I'm about to introduce you. I'm about to say New Orleans own.
What?
Do I need to turn the big ass fan back on to cool you down? Lord have mercy. Dr. Nola Haynes, you know, mama named after New Orleans. Reverend Mark Thompson joins us. Of course, Reese Colbert, Dr. Greg Carr, Howard University. All right, folks, it is first debate. And who actually think, how long is it going to take for Donald Trump to show his ass?
5 minutes.
5, that's it? Because the whole deal with the rules, so they can cut the microphone.
Yeah.
You can't interrupt.
Right.
So right there, so he gonna act the damn fool.
It's gonna be open and bar. It's gonna be the opening line.
Yeah.
He's not.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said he was gonna have an open bar.
Oh, no.
I was like, they got an open bar in the studio?
He's not gonna wait. He might. And it's a plethora where he can go with it, but he's not gonna wait.
Biden speaks first, right?
I don't know how. Look,
I think Biden speaks first, and Trump gets the last forget.
No, I'm just saying. Bottom line. Look, we already know what happened last time. We know when they had the debate. I mean, Trump interrupting, acting a fool, couldn't control himself. Right. I guess his depends were on fire. And then the Republicans have really been playing this silly little game of saying how feeble, dumb, old Joe Biden is. Now they realize, Rebecca, damn, we may need to change this.
Expectations
I mean, they lowered expectations like subterranean level, you know.
As long as he shows up and is fluid and lucid, he wins.
No, he hit with that two-piece.
Yeah.
Last time you here, you got a mugshot taken. Welcome back to Atlanta. I mean, just driving crazy. Yeah,
say it again.
Yeah, give him that two-piece.
He ain't no bitch. I don't know why everybody's acting like Joe Biden's a bitch. Like he was handing it to Trump last time, calling him a clown. Will you shut up, man? You know, he was on his ass. Yeah. Like people expect Joe Biden to show up as Sleepy Joe, as they've been running with this narrative, he definitely gets spicy. He gets spicy with the media. He knows how to clap back. I'm expecting him to bring out the ballsy, I'm a white man, I'm fixing this shit, I'm running this shit energy that he brings that people have not been paying attention to because they're talking about he tripped over a sandbag or he old or whatever. I'm not gonna count him out. I'm not gonna count him out.
When does he get spicy?
I think at the second.
No, but let me say, when does it happen historically? He goes to the State of the Union where he was in the Senate for 40, 50 years. Yeah. When you're in that element, remember when 60 Minutes did the segment on Tony Bennett? He had dementia, didn't know where he was. When he went on stage, all those lyrics came back. When he went back, so this is him. He'll be back under the lights in that setting. He won't need the cocaine that Trump says he uses.
Well, first of all,
we know he doesn't, but he doesn't use it. But when he's in his element, then he's on and he's the Joe Biden you described.
But I think here's what I think happens, Rebecca. I think, again, last time he ran, he was candidate. This time he's president. And so he's going to say, let me show you what a president looks like, how a president behaves. And so if you operate from a statesman standpoint, you say, I'm above this little childish stuff. And so I think that's the level that he stays on. He doesn't have to sit here and engage the craziness because when you feed the crazy, it leads to crazy. He has to remain, Rebecca, I think, again, on statesman level, I'm the president, you not.
You know, here's the thing. It's two old white guys, no matter what. That's what the nation's going to see. And for those who are tuning in for the first time tonight, it's going to be a lot. First of all, it's going to be a lot of people who've been watching all along. And then it's going to be a few new people who show up. It's two old white guys. So the thing that Joe Biden needs to do tonight is frame this as you aren't just voting about me, but you're voting about two different types of governments. And that's what he needs to do to reframe this, because quite frankly, a lot of people want to see the circus. They don't care about statesmen. So Joe Biden has to bring it home and say it is a difference between a chaotic government or a government that's trying to move the country forward.
I mean, his opening line literally can become, you know, since the last time we stood next to each other, I've been elected president. You've been convicted for 34 felonies.
I was elected, and you lost, and Mustafa, you can't accept the fact that you lost.
Yeah, he had a real difficult time with that. He always has throughout his career. Trump never wanted anybody to see him fail, even when he was failing continually. The question is, yeah, it's two white guys. But there's one white guy that has been trying to uplift the country, who has put in place policies that have actually changed dynamics inside of our communities. Still a huge amount of work that needs to happen. But resources have finally made it to our community. Then you have, on the flip side, another old white guy, 3 years younger, who never had a policy that uplifted anyone in the black community. Now, they'll talk about opportunity zones, and then when you unpack that, you find out that there's no truth that's there.
Nothing.
So that doesn't mean that whether you're talking about Biden, the work that still needs to happen, and the mistakes that he may have made, but there is a huge difference between Biden and Trump. Now, the question becomes for the folks who are watching, are you willing to push and make sure that Biden administration, if they get a second term, that they actually do the things that they were not able to accomplish this time? And that should be our message, is focusing on what is the black agenda. Even though we're not a monolithic people, we do have a certain set of needs. And I'm hoping that people are watching and looking through that prism of, here's where you did not live up to our expectations. If you want our vote, then here's what we expect from you.
No, I expect foreign policy to come up with questions. And Trump is going to say, when I was president, there were no wars. And he's going to try to probably hit Biden on the pull-up of Afghanistan, and Biden simply comes back. But that was your rules.
Absolutely, 100%. So foreign policy. You know, the last time we all convened in this wonderfully air-conditioned place.
You don't want with a fan. Everybody else cool as back. You just sitting here. That's you overheating.
The last time we were here in convened.
And in fact, all you're saying, that fan messed with the damn microphone.
Is it?
Yeah, they can't hear you. Yeah. Now, come on. You from New Orleans. Act like you used to the heat. I'm from Houston. I ain't sweating.
I'm going to be dignified, and I'm going to continue to answer the foreign policy question. Yes, it's going to be heavy foreign policy. But, you know, just like with the State of the Union, a lot of people underestimated POTUS there. And he showed up and he showed out, honey. There was cayenne sprinkled all over him. And one thing that I want to say is, you know, POTUS is surrounded by a lot of youthful energy. So we're going to see that tonight. If Trump wants to go crazy, I don't think that POTUS will back down from it. You know, I think he's up for the fight if that's where Trump wants to go. You know, and I think he'll do it in a way where it will be designed to shut the crazy down, not necessarily to engage with it and to keep it going. But on the issues of foreign policy, yes, Trump, your administration set up the Biden administration to fail in terms of how we got out of Afghanistan. That's foreign policy number one. No, there weren't any wars during Trump's era, because he would have given Putin the keys to Ukraine, and then Putin would have gone to Poland, and he would have gone all over Eastern Europe, and it would have been 1939 all over again. And if you want to talk about Israel and Gaza, let's talk about Israel and Gaza and what the Trump administration did before this happened. So it's going to be heavy on foreign policy, and I'm here for it. Let's go.
Yeah, I think what actually Biden needs to do is he needs to hone an economic message that speaks to the fact that people are struggling when they go to the grocery store. They're struggling if they have a car breakdown or any situation. And then he has to contrast what he's been able to do, what the Republicans have obstructed. They all voted against the Inflation Reduction Act. They all voted against infrastructure. They all voted against the American Rescue Plan. Remember that? He has to refresh our memory about what he inherited, the mess that he cleaned up, how much the Republicans obstructed that, how any progress that we've made since Trump is entirely because of the Democrats. So I think that is the message that he needs to speak to. Yes, you can tout the unemployment numbers. Yes, you can tout the GDP growth. Yes, you can tout the fact that recession didn't happen that they've all predicted. But the reality is people are spending more on bread, on eggs, on meat, on gas, even though it's lower. And if you don't speak to those people, those are the people that are disillusioned, that are disaffected, that did vote Trump's ass out because they were scavenging for toilet paper and because we were wearing masks and we're stuck in the house. You need to bring those 8 million more people that voted for you last time back to the booth in the economics.
But you have to remind them, Lauren, who screwed it up. You got to remind them what the world was like during COVID. And I think part of the problem, that I see even today, people act like we was going to have a quick bounce back after COVID.
Yeah.
And you got to remind folks, hey, it was every once in 100-year pandemic.
Yeah.
So it's not like we're going to just be back to normal in 2 or 3 months.
No, definitely not. He's got to hit him. Joe Biden cannot give up on the truth and the facts of what Donald Trump is, and not let the media and everybody else intimidate him into thinking that you can't bring that stuff up. Not just the convicted felon, the attack on the U.S. Capitol, the out-and-out lying, which is what they're built on right now. All they do is lie. They'll lie in the spin room tonight. He's got to hit him again and again and again and again on the truth.
Yep.
And damn what everybody else says that he should be doing by not reminding them of that. Because the Republican Party has turned into a complete lie and a complete disaster under MAGA and Trump's leadership. And he's got to stand up there and say that and hit him again and again and again and again with that. If he does that again and again, I think he'll be fine. But this does come down to optics. And we're dealing with a guy that's going to turn 82 at the end of this year. So he's got to look like a fighter out there.
Got to look strong, got to look energetic. Hey, do y'all have that tweet? All right, well, y'all, look, I hate to hear that. Working on it. Let me pull up my damn self. Because I was sitting here, so already Biden has been a little feisty. He posted, give me 1 second. Here we go. All right, go to my iPad in a second. Joe Biden posted this tweet. I don't know what they've got in these performance enhancers, but I'm feeling pretty jacked up. Try it yourselves, folks. See you in a bit. Joe.link/secret sauce. And so you see, it says, it's a can. It says zero malarkey. But get real, Jack. It's just water.
Wow.
That's how you're supposed to do it, Mark. You play on them fools talking about how you're gonna be all jacked up. And you mock them.
Right. And you show some humor. You show some humor. You show that you're spry. You know that he really doesn't have a choice. He's got to do it. Trump's base, his limit. His high point is 47%.
Right.
All he can do is go down. He's never gotten 47%. I don't see him getting more than that. The problem he has is if he loses just 1%, he's out of this. That 1% may go just on the convictions alone. Because people look at that and they say, wait, I'm voting for a dude who's been convicted this many times. And then, if not that, you have regular everyday people who themselves have been to court. They don't attack the judge. They know they can't. They don't attack the judge, the jurors, the judge's clerk. That turns people off. So he has a lot of pitfalls that may cause him to lose that 1% or that 1/10 of 1%. And if that happens, he's done. Biden can go up. He's got to change some of the propaganda. One, there's an element out here that's convinced some young people on social media that Biden is responsible for the reversal of Roe. He can take care of that with one statement tonight. Put it on Trump. Remind the public this happened under Trump's watch because of the Supreme Court appointments that he made. He's got to hit all of those points. He didn't help the economy. He brought up the debt. He's got to bring all of that out. And this is the most important time he has to do it. And this is what might be the only debate, right? This might be the only one.
Yeah, because look, they agreed to this one. Well, Fox News, so they threw out the Fox News one, not sure they accepted that.
Right.
You might have, Trump said his VP pick is going to be in the House tonight. We don't know who the hell that is, so we don't know what happens with that. So yeah, this could very well be the only one. I still fundamentally believe, Greg, that statesman calmness outwins and outplays and outmaneuvers crazy. And I do believe it's important for Biden to remind, even though all these media people, they loved crazy. Oh, no question. Yeah. And I think a lot of these media companies want Donald Trump sitting in the Oval Office. Of course. Because they want the crazy tweeting, the crazy posting. Right. This, to me, is where Biden says, yeah, that dude over there, he had 40+ people who resigned, in his first term. I had 2. You remind people what normalcy is supposed to look like and how it's not bad.
That's tough, man. I mean, when we were here last time, we had ideas of what he would do, and he got up there and outperformed. This time, I mean, he's the most veteran debater on presidential stages in history. He's been in over 30 of these, if you count the primaries. No, really, it's like 30-something.
Right, yeah.
You know, and Hillary Clinton said the other day that Trump's going to come with insults with lies. That's what he's going to do, as Lawrence said. But ultimately, if he could tap into the zeitgeist of the times, first of all, it's June. There's going to be football, basketball, all kinds of, everybody forgot this. If he can say, now tomorrow, the Supreme Court that he put in place, they're going to kick the teeth out. They're going to let him go for insurrection. They're going to let the January 6th people. You cannot give him 2 more picks. In other words, put himself in the spirit or mood of the moment. Foreign policy, I agree with you, Dr. Haynes. It said, listen, young people, I know y'all mad at me. I'm in this black city. I came down here to speak to Morehouse. Y'all protested. I hear you. I want a ceasefire. Let me be very clear. You put him in there, his son-in-law already has the condo deals for the West Bank.
Right.
What do you think is going to happen if he gets in? In other words, he's got to put himself, and finally, when it comes to things like education, I'm trying to do the student level debt, he wants to give billionaires another tax cut. When it comes to the environment, he wants to pull out of Paris, and he wants to, when it comes to your right to choose.
Climate is huge.
No question. Look, Fat Joe and E40 in North Carolina ain't gonna do it. He's in a black city. He should open up by apologizing for the black press not being here and saying this is the level reset in the summer, because I know y'all gonna forget by the fall, but I'm setting it up now for the rest of this campaign. He's got to do something like that.
I will say this: when it comes to Palestine, Tigray, Haiti, Congo, he has to speak to that this summer. He absolutely when literally Belly the Week and Erica Mena are out doing the President of the United States when it comes to raising those issues. He will absolutely get that. The youth vote stay home. You know, we know climate's going to go either way, right? I mean, it's the Congress is moving a certain way on that, regardless of who's in the White House. But when it comes to foreign policy, and I actually think foreign policy is probably on the higher ladder than the economic and climate right now when it comes to voters under 35. Right. If he's not going to speak to Palestine and demand a ceasefire, because at the end of the day, we can tell Israel tomorrow, hey, listen.
Well, you can't.
Well, to a degree, but when you're giving one side bombs and you're giving the other side a peer in which they may get aid. Young voters under 35 are looking at that on TikTok, and Twitter, on IG.
But here's what you haven't had. You have not had side by side.
Exactly.
Where my position is and crazy.
Exactly.
The reality is, if Israel-Gaza comes up, Trump is going to say, bomb them all.
Exactly.
And that, and I understand the people who are protesting, totally get it. But you have to show the contrast between, I am trying to be diplomatic. I am trying to negotiate.
That's right.
This fool ain't negotiating, and we all know, we already saw what happened when Netanyahu came out with his video complaining about y'all slowing arms down. They were like, yo, what the hell are you talking about? You know, and so people don't really understand how deranged the right is, and they're going to allow them to do whatever. And then Trump is going to remind his people, I moved the capital to Jerusalem. He's going to do all of that, and now you're Biden, you're in the right position there. But I still think, for all the talk about foreign policy, I get that. The role is going to play in Michigan. I think it still comes down to economics. And when you look at this election, it still is 7 states, and frankly, it's only 3 states. I think when you talk about Arizona and Georgia is going to be extremely tough for them to win again. They barely lost North Carolina. That's going to be tough as well. This election, to me, comes down to Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. And the reality is, 2022, 50 fewer thousand people voted in Milwaukee than 2018. If they vote in 2022, Mandela Barnes is the United States Senator. Now, if you look at the voting margins of what happened in Pennsylvania, in terms of that margin there and the margin in Michigan, even if you talk about where Muslims are in Michigan, there's still room to work with there. Bottom line is, look, Trump only won in 2016 by 77,000 votes in those same 3 states. And so now you're talking about economics. The moment Trump starts talking about tariffs, that's when Biden has to say, and how many farmers in Wisconsin had to file for bankruptcy? How many people lost those farms? Boom, now you got to hit that. Then when he starts talking about, in terms of, again, reminding people what he said about the workers in Michigan, what he said about the courts in Pennsylvania, remind them how he constantly was lying, attacking democracy, and what he said about the people. And I won't be shocked if he says, let me remind y'all what that man tried to do in this very state, which is why he got indicted. You do that, you have to then you have to then remind people of the chaos that he tried to institute. You do that, now you're putting him on the defensive because he can't. Even Charlie Kirk, that racist, even said he's got to stop talking about the election being rigged. He cannot help himself.
He won't stop.
Lauren,
He won't stop.
I'm telling you, the moment Biden says you're in the place where you tried to steal, he's going to take the bait.
Just like Mustafa said, one of his biggest Achilles, Donald Trump, is being reminded that he is a loser.
Boom.
He is a loser.
Boom.
You are a failure. If Biden keeps saying that to him tonight, he will crack.
Right.
He hates that.
If he goes, you failed America when it came to COVID.
Right.
You failed
that's good.
low income and the middle class when it came to giving rich folks tax breaks. You failed in blowing up the deficit. You failed.
Your bankruptcies.
Oh, hell yeah.
All these people died because you didn't move fast.
There you go.
Drink bleach.
There you go. Again, you do because again, he has to use those keywords, Rebecca, because he stays presidential, but it's gonna drive his ass crazy. Trump cannot contain himself, and that's all you want. You want chaos to be unleashed, and this is all Biden gonna do. He gonna look at the moderator like, I ain't even looking over there. Y'all can deal with that food over there.
So, Roland, that works for voters who know that they're actually going to vote in November. My concern is we still have the up to 8 million people that we need to come out and show up this November. So for some of those voters, including some of the black men who are saying, I am sick and tired of being told to choose between the lesser of two evils. We know the lesser of two evils on that stage tonight. However, what about for the voters or would-be voters who actually want an affirmative choice and not just a reactionary, this guy's going to send us to hell. This guy will send us to hell, will just be slower.
But here's what I accept. I accept the reality that people vote out of fear. We can sit here and talk about everything else. When people are scared to death, they vote. We can talk, and I get it. Mustafa, I hear people talk about, we got to accentuate the positive, lay out an agenda. People vote based upon the fear. You drive people to the polls. Listen, what did Latimer and those folks do to Bowman? Scary, anti-Jewish. They voted out of fear. What happened? He won by a wide margin. And so you have to accept that. You can spend a lot of time trying to convince somebody, but first what you got to do is you got to lock down your base. You got to lock down your base. Because one of the reasons why Biden polls numbers are low is because you got a lot of Democrats who still wish there was another candidate. So they got to accept the fact, ain't nobody else running, okay? Ain't nobody walking through that door. He is going to be the nominee. And then that then happens. Now all of a sudden I think you see a change in the poll numbers, but the key is competency. This is what we achieved. This is what we were handed. And one of the things that if I'm Biden, I would sit here and say, Don, let me remind you, when me and Barack left, we handed you a great economy, and you tanked it. And just like me and Barack inherited an awful economy from a Republican president, I inherited one from you. You do that, you have to show it ain't like we walked in and things were rosy, we can build upon it. That to me, you gotta hammer that home for the people who keep trying to blame Biden for all the economic problems as if you didn't walk in crisis.
And I think you do a couple of other things as well. So I appreciate you bringing brothers into the conversation because we understand the dynamics that have now happened at the Department of Justice, right? And how the Department of Justice is now actually doing work that represents all the people.
But they won't do it. It's killing me. I know. It's killing me.
But we're hoping that they actually bring it forward tonight.
Here's what a senior administration official told me. This person said, I think we've gone too far.
Wait a minute, what?
Because so this is what a senior administration official said, I think we've gone too far in creating the separation. So the Biden-Harris folks want to say, no, the DOJ is independent.
Oh, right, yeah.
We don't tell them what to do. Okay, I get that. I totally understand that. But what I said to this senior administration official and what I've said to other senior administration officials is you take credit for good stuff, but you have to articulate it. So the problem is they have yet, not one time, has Karine Jean-Pierre, has anybody, they haven't even brought Kristen Clark to the main room to talk about how successful they've been with patterns and practice investigations, putting cops in jail, putting wardens. They just won't do it. And I don't understand how you won't accept the win. It's sitting right in front of you.
So after we did the show on Tuesday, I reached out to folks over there and said, take a look at what we talked about. Even though we've talked about it time and time and time again, to give them the cue that this is something that people care about. The other part of it is the judges, right? So we know with the Trump administration that they didn't put black judges in.
That's right. Trump, of 237 judges, 4% were black. None of them on appeals court.
That's right.
How many for Biden?
58. 200 under Biden. 58 black judges, 37 black women, 21 black men.
So we go to the polling, right? So they're talking about a certain percentage of black men are going to vote for Trump, possibly, even though we know that that's kind of skewed around the economy. So what what Biden needs to do is actually talk about all this money that Reese talked about, you know, whether it's the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act, all these different acts that are out there, and talk about real people who have been able to create their own businesses in this space and the jobs that have been created there and the diversity that exists inside of that space. And that's how brothers then say, well, you know what? Maybe I need to give the nod here because I know that there's actually real dollars that are there. The dollars will be rolling out for another few years. And we know that this administration has actually put executive orders and other things in place to make sure that there's more opportunity and diversity in that space.
But I think what he has to do, though, he has to speak in regular folk language. I was going through my archive photos last couple of days, and I came across a photo of my man Joe Madison, God rest his soul, and he always talked about you got to put it where the ghost can go.
Yes, he did.
And the thing for me, Reese, that I hope Biden says is, American public, let me remind y'all, who gave you that $1,400 check? And then you say, and I wasn't so arrogant that I need to put my name on it. You because that's, see, I think a problem for me is when people talk, and as somebody who does public speaking all the time, when I hear speakers and they talk broad, you're sitting there and you're like, but when I can go specific, when I can go there, that's a different conversation. And now I'm speaking to you. To me, that's where you got to say, right, we increased unemployment insurance. They cut it. What we also did was we provided for y'all to have child care.
How about that?
We increased that.
That's right.
In the aftermath of COVID. This is what the American Rescue Plan did. This is what is being rebuilt. And I think you also work in this city, So one of the things that, you take Elkhart, Indiana, Obama never really did it right, even though he got it reelected. Basically, they rebuilt Elkhart, Indiana. With that initial stimulus package. Them folk in Elkhart, Indiana voted against Obama. I would have been reminding their ass. Let me remind y'all something. Y'all asses would be bankrupt, out of job, none of this stuff built if it wasn't for us. So you got to sometime remind folk what your ass did for them. Like your mom and daddy did. Like, remember all that shit I bought for your ass? Like, you might want to calm your ass down saying what I didn't do for you. But I'm just saying, you got to be specific sometimes.
Right. And take us back to what he inherited. Just say, I cleaned up your mess. You came in there, you shit all over America, and I cleaned it up. And people don't remember that Biden...
And scare them and say, America, remember, y'all was scared you were going to die.
Yeah, you were. 1 million people died. It wasn't like it was like a hypothetical, like 1 million motherfuckers was dead under Trump, okay? That's why he lost. And
I don't think he's gonna say 1 million motherfuckers died. But I'm just saying, I don't think he's gonna say that.
But my point is
that's the alternate debate.
Right.
Yes, that's the X-ray.
That's dark Brandon.
The whole point is that people said Trump gave me stimmies. Biden and the Democrats gave you more stimmies with zero help from the Democrats. Not only did they give you stimmies, but if you had a kid and multiple kids, you was taking home extra $250 to $300 per child for an entire year.
Right.
So these are very tangible things. When they talk about their accomplishments, yes, CHIPS Act is good for manufacturing jobs. That's something that plays on the blue wall. But talk about the tangible things that a vast majority of Americans got the second that Biden took over.
But even if you do use chips, what you do say is, remember when Fox, whatever they were supposed to come, when they were supposed to come and bring all the jobs, and that didn't happen. Don, that was under you.
Yep.
But under me,
we're building there.
They got jobs. I mean, you gotta say, not under you, did nothing happen.
But I think it's even more simpler than that. He's in Atlanta.
Yeah.
It's literally becomes, you're speaking to black men, right? Yeah. It literally becomes, hey, we're sitting in Atlanta, the black Mecca, like literally the center of everything right now. This guy won't step into a black barbershop. He phoned it in. He only sees you as criminals. He thinks you can relate to him because he's a criminal.
That's true.
He's a convicted felon.
He needs to say that tonight, too.
Yeah.
Black men are with me because I'm a criminal.
Right.
And he should say
the line.
that.
And say, black man, I don't, right. And he say, I don't see you as criminals.
Right.
I have, this is a feeling I have, a prediction, and I'm going to throw it, I want to get you all's reaction to it. If he picks, and I know it's a term you don't like, so this is me saying this. If he picks an Uncle Tom for his running mate, be it Tim Scott or one of these other clowns, I think a lot of the brothers who we see that might be shifting toward him, I think that's a wake-up call. Because one thing, even brothers on the fence, nobody likes a sellout.
Absolutely.
Nobody likes a Tom.
If he
There's
picks
some
Tim
unanimity.
Scott, that's a GOTV program for black men.
Out of it.
Black men will come
So
out.
you agree with that?
Yeah, black men will come out if he picks a Tim Scott or Byron Donalds. As that will be not just black men, but that's a GOTV campaign doing that for black voters. No doubt, because they're going to start running their mouth. You know what Tim Scott's going to say, and it's a disaster.
They say that they like Trump's strength. They say that they like that Trump will just stand up, and it doesn't matter what's going on. He's going to keep talking his stuff. He's going to, his bluster. And that's what they seem to like about Trump. If he picks one of these brothers, that's, as a running mate, they don't represent that at all.
All right, folks, the presidential debate airing on CNN is about to start right now. We will be right back after the debate with our post coverage. Let's go to Atlanta.
Georgia, a key battleground state in the race for the White House. In just moments, the current U.S. president will debate the former U.S. president as their party's presumptive nominees, a first in American history. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world to our studios in Atlanta. This is the CNN presidential debate.
This debate is being produced by CNN and is coming to you live on CNN, CNN International, CNN.com, CNN Max, and CNN Espanol. This is a pivotal moment between President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump in their rematch for the nation's highest office. Each will make his case to the American people with just over 4 months until Election Day. Good evening, I'm Dana Bash, anchor of CNN's Inside Politics and co-anchor of State of the Union.
I'm Jake Tapper, anchor of CNN's The Lead and co-anchor of State of the Union. Dana and I will co-moderate this evening. Our job is to facilitate a debate between the two candidates tonight. Before we introduce them, we want to share the rules of the debate with the audience at home. Former President Trump will be on the left side of the screen. President Biden will be appearing on the right. A coin toss determined their positions. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to answer a question and 1 minute each for responses and rebuttals. An additional minute for follow-up, clarification, or response is at the moderator's discretion.
When it's time for a candidate to speak, his microphone will be turned on and his opponent's microphone will be turned off. Should a candidate interrupt when his microphone is muted, he will be difficult to understand for viewers at home. At the end of the debate, each candidate will get 2 minutes for closing statements. There is no studio audience tonight. Pre-written notes, props, or contact with campaign staff are not permitted during the debate. By accepting our invitation to debate, both candidates and their campaigns agreed to accept these rules.
Now, please welcome the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
folks. How are you? Great to be here.
And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president, what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out a position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come from a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. The price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination that I was left with in corporate greed is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for an insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. And the situation is and we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID, and when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates. That was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs, the bounce-back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world. He's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that we find ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, you know, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cause countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China, it's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing. And they don't know what they were doing. It was the worst, probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done. We've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country, and I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a four-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 million, billion dollars, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health care system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also. And because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided, supported Roe. And that's this idea that they're all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in. They talk about that, but here's the deal: there's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters, it's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which, frankly, they didn't. But they would have. Everybody wanted it brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period, period, period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where, when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed three, under his administration, killed an al-Qaeda person come in his administration, killed three American soldiers, killed three American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed three people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the two greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world, and it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying, and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these three incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all, and he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved, choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And he opposed, his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War II cemetery, World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
Four-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right, thank you so much.
Let's move to the topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its third year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned. And so he's got no love lost. But he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine, never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything, no money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
President Biden?
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish, Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I never said that.
For 1 minute, I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine?
No, they're not acceptable. But look, This is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden, you have a minute.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, and by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward, which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas, number one. They're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened? In Israel, we're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so there are 2 different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent $100 billion or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any. They were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting all. You got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one who wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian. But they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. Are you going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO. The idea that we have, our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe? What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. You see what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question, would you guard us against Russia at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time? And I said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor, in writing, turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see, I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it, too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up on Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court, and they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He didn't do a damn thing, and these people should be in jail, and they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out, and now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people when they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities. You go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that. They saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing. The Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now, out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people are patriots? Come on. When I asked him the first two debates we had, first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? Will you denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor, having to do with the son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. You want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give you a minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam, and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you heard any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any presidents say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. They spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said, "What do you think of those people? The people the ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones," he said, "I think they're fine people on both sides." What American president would ever say Nazis coming out of fields carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas were fine people? And this is a guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are. The good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense of American democracy.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on that. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency is, without question, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place. Every reasonable anchor has debunked it. And just the other day it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden.
And debunked. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran. I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate.
Hey,
Brothers and sisters, this is Bishop William J. Barber II, co-chair of the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival, and president of Repairs of the Breach. And I'm calling on you to get everybody you know to join us on Saturday, June 29th at 10 o'clock a.m. in Washington, D.C. on Pennsylvania and 3rd for the mass Poor People's Low-Wage Workers Assembly and Moral March on Washington and to the polls, and the post effort to reach 15 million poor and low-wage infrequent voters who, if they vote, can change the outcome of our politics in this country.
Our goal is to center the desires and the political policy agenda of poor and low-wage persons, along with moral religious leaders and advocates. Too often, poor and low-wage people are not talked about, even though in this country today there are 135 million poor and low-wage persons. There's not a state in this country now where poor and low-wage persons do not make up at least 30% of the electorate.
It is time that the issues of poor and low-wage people be at the center of our politics. Living wages, health care, things that matter in the everyday lives. We will no longer allow poverty to be the fourth leading cause of death in this country. We must let our voices be heard. Join us. Go to our website, www.poorpeoplescampaign.org. RSVP. Get others to come. Get a bus. Get a van. Get on the train. Come and let our voices be heard and our votes be felt. Lift from the bottom so that everybody rises.
Let's talk about persistent challenges you both faced in your first terms and you'd certainly face again in a second term. President Biden, while black unemployment dropped to a record low under your presidency, black families still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number three, we're providing housing for black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses. And in addition to that, we find that the impact on the choice that black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce black child care costs, cut them in half. We got to make sure we provide for child care costs. We got to make sure, because when you provide those child care protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
You have 49 seconds left. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any black family first-time home buyer should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home so they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those black families and those black individuals who provided had to take out student loans that were ballooning, that if they were engaged in nursing, doctor, and anything having to do with volunteerism, if they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest was forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that. And we're going to do a whole lot more for black families.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation, and he's right, it's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
There was no inflation when I became president. You know why? The economy was flat on its back. 15% unemployment. He decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who are in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, if the ACA has increased, I made sure that they're $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again, and they're going to try again if they win. You find ourselves in a position where the idea that we're not doing any, we put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on, but in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group. And what he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his name, and he called it to them for 10, and they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job, great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever, the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs, and it's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
You've 38 seconds left. President Trump, will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O. We had the best numbers ever, and we were using all forms of energy, all forms, everything. And yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage, actually.
I don't know where the hell he's been. The idea that anything he said is true. I've passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history. We find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges, I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. They just don't have the money, but now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming to have done something that had the cleanest water, he hadn't done a damn thing for the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Peace Accord, Climate Accord. I immediately joined it because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He must undo all that I've done.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States. And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones. It was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it. And it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage. I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people. But we're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
The idea is that we, in fact, we were the only ones of consequence who were not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything? We're not able to, the United States can't get its pollution under control. One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant progress, and we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate corps for thousands of young people who will learn how to deal with climate, just like the Peace Corps. And we're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims that he has the biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about pollution and about climate, I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way,
so every day, millions of Americans struggle just to make ends meet. For many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now, everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're going to, I've been proposing that everybody, they pay, the millionaires pay 1%. 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent. But the biggest thing will do it if we defeat this man, because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare both times, and that's what. And if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus that he, I believe, supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And on the ACA, as I said, you're in a circumstance where 400,000 people, 40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. Only thing that allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, we're in a situation where we talk about education for black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants by another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000 towards their tuition. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen it. He could look you in the face. About so many other things, too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing, and it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
President Biden?
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because he's the one that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it, number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world, the reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureats he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession. And inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of child care, which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him. The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put him there. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with that the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
We're the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest military in the history of the world, the finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to screw around with us. Nobody, number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up or go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history. One through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. He can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is doing anything to deal with child care, he did virtually nothing to child care. We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work, and we should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President Biden.
Facilities.
President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you, and they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire. So everybody, including the two of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about, he will increase the taxes on middle-class people. I said I'd never raise a tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming into the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more because they're going to have to pay the difference in food and all the things that are very important. Number two, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he's somehow helped the middle class. Middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You had the largest deficit of any president in American history, number one. Number two, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are at the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden.
You lost.
Thank you, President Biden. Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come, but he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough, and it was the drugs pouring across the border it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot, and we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low, because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen, at numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden?
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl, these big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues, said, don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically. No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well, because this does pertain to it. He ended Remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say there's a hostage. Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter, I think a good guy, and he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago, but Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where we paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your 2nd term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the 2nd youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. The whole idea of computer chips, we used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people They're cheap. They find the cheapest jobs overseas and then bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States. And guess what? Those fabs, they call them, to build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us, all of our allies and those who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, who he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced him. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they've never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden?
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds.
Never said it was 6'4".
Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what you're. Anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. The reason I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie, that he's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8.
Never.
But I have, you know how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Let's
not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to turn.
Let's not act like children.
To a specific concern that voters have about you. Will you pledge tonight that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable?
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
You want a World War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is attack on all, and required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've done. Because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful people. It's because of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because our own safety is at stake. And again, you want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started, ever, with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you know, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia, because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were president.
President Trump, the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins? Yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these. But the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
Well, let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea, if you lose again, you accepting anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate, live from Georgia.
In the furniture business. Hello, my brothers and sisters. This is Bishop William J. Barber II, co-chair of the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival, and president of Repairs of the Breach. And I'm calling on you to get everybody you know to join us on Saturday, June 29th at 10 o'clock a.m. in Washington, D.C. on Pennsylvania and 3rd for the mass poor people's low-wage workers assembly and moral march on Washington and to the polls, and the post effort to reach 15 million poor and low-wage infrequent voters who, if they vote, can change the outcome of our politics in this country.
Our goal is to center the desires and the political policy agenda of poor and low-wage persons, along with moral religious leaders and advocates. Too often, poor and low-wage people are not talked about, even though in this country today there are 135 million poor and low-wage persons. There's not a state in this country now where poor and low-wage persons do not make up at least 30% of the electorate.
It is time that the issues of poor and low-wage people be at the center of our politics. Living wages, health care, things that matter in the everyday lives. We will no longer allow poverty to be the fourth leading cause of death in this country. We must let our voices be heard. Join us. Go to our website, www.poorpeoplescampaign.org. RSVP. Get others to come. Get a bus. Get a van. Get on the train. Come and let our voices be heard and our votes be felt. Lift from the bottom so that everybody rises.
As predetermined by a coin toss. We're going to begin with you, President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term. We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit, number one. He's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did when, for example, he wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare for us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what? We got it down to $35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal deficit debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior all along, it's happening now, and everybody in America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credit people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. He doesn't do, all he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like, even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible. Choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Thank you, former President Trump, President Biden. Stay with us because we have full analysis of this debate. Anderson Cooper and Aaron Burnett starts now on CNN.
Presidential debate 2024 is in the can. CNN hosted the debate. I got a lot of thoughts, especially for the people who couldn't fact check all them damn lies. So let's go around the room real quick. Immediate analysis, thoughts. Lauren.
Biden lost. He lost. He lost this debate. I mean, he lost in style. Substance is on his side. The facts are on his side, but he can't deliver it. And he stumbled badly right in the beginning, and he stumbled on his close, and he stumbled on what should have been the easiest thing of the night, which was the abortion issue, which he then came back and recovered on. But the problem is, there's no way you could look at what we just saw. We're watching this. If you're a Democrat watching this thing, you are watching on pins and needles. You're watching hoping that he doesn't mess up on the next line. That is not what this is supposed to be. So it was not good. I'm just going to say that. It was not good.
I'm going to say this. Biden cooked them, but they both look old. Biden looks old. Biden let him know, listen, you're a convicted felon, you commit sexual assault, cheated on your pregnant wife with a porn star, but he has a stutter and he's old. Trump lied his whole way through. The debate, I mean, this isn't ESPN. This isn't like First Take with Stephen A in the morning. Like, it's not, Skip Bayless like hating LeBron. Like, this isn't everybody's personal facts. Like, Biden presented actual facts. Trump lied his way through it. I think on the actual substance, yes, Biden won this thing. He cooked them. I mean, it's out the window. But the issue is this. Biden looks old. He's 80. He looks like an 80-year-old man. He talks slow. He has a stutter, which is, makes his talking slow that much worse. He freezes. He pauses. He's 80, but he still processes. He understands the questions. He has authority on everything. And the thing is this, by that standard, for me, Biden cooked him tonight. I mean, Biden got his zingers in. I mean, we're all walking away tonight knowing that, hey, look, Biden looked a convicted felon in the face and told him, listen, I'm president, you're a convicted felon. I'm a man of morals, you cheating your wife with a porn star.
Rebecca.
So Jack Lemmon, Walter Matthau, Grumpy. That's what I saw tonight. It isn't just that Biden is old and looked old. Trump looked old, looked constipated, and is also old. So what we saw tonight was two people going back and forth. We saw a bunch of people punching in the air, but none of the punches landed. And so I've been texting people all night saying, especially black men, I've been texting, what is it that you want to see? Do you see yourself? Do you hear yourself in anything that was said? And finally, America lost. CNN looked bad. Because quite frankly, if you're not gonna moderate a debate, at that point, facts don't matter, which means each question that is asked is an opportunity for the candidate just to say whatever they want. And that's what we saw Trump do tonight.
Mustafa.
Tennessee Williams has this quote that says, the only thing worse than a liar is a liar and a hypocrite. And when you heard Trump share about veterans, people forget that he ran when he had the opportunity to serve, and all the things, the cuts that he's made. When he talks about wanting to make life better in America, if you go back and look at his budgets, he cut many of the programs that everyday people, Reese talked before about keeping the lights on and putting food on the table. His cuts that he proposed, not Congress, but that he put forward, made American families weaker. So if that's the type of individual that you're looking for, he's shown you before who he is and the types of things that he cares about. When he talks about he wants clean air, the cleanest air and the cleanest water, and underneath of his administration, I thought he forgot about Scott Pruitt, whose whole job was about trying to slash regulations. And we know.
Yeah, I know that probably just drove you crazy.
I was incensed, right? I had to bring out an SAT word up there just for a second. So it's just ridiculous. So I understand Lauren's point. But I also hope that folks actually are looking for substance. And substance means that we have to do just a little bit of work and actually do a little bit of research to understand what types of policy this person's going to put forward. The other missed opportunity was actually calling out Project 2025 and all the things that they've said. So if you don't want an environmental protection agency that is actually going to protect folks from all of these chemicals that are killing black and brown and indigenous and lower wealth white communities, then Trump's your person. If you don't want to make sure that there's housing vouchers in place, if you don't want to make sure that there's actually sets of assistance and resources when the temperatures are now over 100 degrees and we know it's going to continue to happen, so you can't cool your house because you don't have enough resources, then you believe the lies that this individual is told instead of the sets of actions that you can see with your eyes. So yes, Biden needs to do a better job in being able to articulate and move forward on those messages, but we also have a responsibility, if we truly care about our communities, to understand who is it who's putting forward things that can help and who has a track record of actually deconstructing and weakening our communities.
Noah.
So we are sitting here in a D.C. bubble, and we are having a very beltway conversation. For most of America, it is about perception.
You ain't got to me yet, but go ahead.
Oh, Jesus, Lord, and Christ. Okay.
I want her to call on all of them.
Lord and man.
Go ahead, all of them.
Jesus, Lord.
We are sitting here in a beltway, and we're having a very beltway conversation. What most Americans saw tonight was perception. And unfortunately, Trump, through all of his lies, on top of lies, on top of lies, his lies were clear, and he seemed very strong and very confident in his lies. And unfortunately, POTUS is on the election trail. Let's not forget that. We are talking about an 80-year-old man who is literally out there banging the pavement day after day after day because he is trying to get reelected. That hoarseness in his voice is because he's having fundraisers, he's having phone calls, he's meeting with the teams, and they're tons of teams, let me tell you. So what we saw tonight, it's not about the policy. It's not about details. It's not about facts. It's about perception. And for me as a foreign policy girl, I wanted him to go hard about Iran. When we're talking about Iran, how did we get here? What happened to the Iran nuclear deal? Let's talk about that. Why are we in a situation in the Red Sea right now with Iran? Why is Iran firing missiles into Israel right now? Let's talk about that. So there were missed opportunities, and I'm a little emotional right now because this is something I care a great deal about. And while I am a foreign policy girl, I'm going to end here. What is a black job? Because I'm about to tell y'all what my Louisiana ears. I know what my ancestors heard, and I know what I heard. That is not okay. What?
Folks who didn't know, who said that?
The other one.
Who?
The one who isn't president.
The felon.
The convicted felon.
Somebody tuning in maybe didn't see that part. I just want to
Mr. Donald J. Trump, the convicted felon.
And Hispanic jobs. We don't know what they are because we just know what jobs are.
But I want to, can we just stay with the black jobs for a second?
Maybe it's talking about this show. This is a black job.
Or the person that starts the electric slide.
This is a real thing.
Or gets their TikTok dance stolen.
This is a real thing.
Or culture
This man
robbed.
is trying to assuage black voters, especially black men with sneakers, saying that mugshots appeal to y'all. I didn't know that.
Right.
That's what y'all like? Okay. And now he's trying to say that Joe Biden has taken away the black jobs. What are black jobs, boo?
Got it.
Because I know what black jobs were, and I feel like Project 2025 is trying to take us back to those black jobs.
Mark?
Relative texted, this is truly like watching two men in the old folks' home arguing in the TV room.
You mean like Ed Murphy and Martin Lawrence in Life?
Wow. Another one texted that his child said, it's sad to watch a pack of lies beat a good person just because the good person can't speak.
Amen. Come on.
You know, give me flashbacks of Jimmy Carter. Good person couldn't win a debate. The performance was poor. Biden was not prepared to go on the offense. We need a State of the Union Biden tonight, not whatever this was. You know, you feel sorry for him. And of course, we're already getting the messages now. Let's have an open convention. I don't know about that. We can talk about that a little bit later. But this was a missed opportunity. There was no moderation.
No.
To your point. There was. I don't know who made the decision that there wouldn't be fact checking.
Right.
Trump just went all over the place as usual, made up stuff. Lied about most things, and Biden wasn't there to punch him back. He seemed tired. He seemed lethargic. He was staring into space. But the reality is this: on facts, on policy, we know the very clear difference. The American people, all voters, including African Americans, need to be clear about the decision before us. And so you got a choice. You got a choice between someone who's in absolute danger versus someone who is old. And the fact of the matter is, Biden exists because of Trump. Trump is extreme. He's trying to take the country back to the 1860s. And the only way he could be beaten at the time was by someone close to his age, another plain old white dude. If Biden steps aside and we elevate Kamala, as much as I support Kamala being the next president of the United States, that 47% might go up. Because Trump can't mobilize his base anymore.
No question.
First of all,
if there's a black person...
Stop. He's not stepping aside. So it's a wasted conversation.
No, but let me just finish, Roland.
No, it's a wasted conversation. He's not stepping aside.
But Roland, wait a minute. I'm just telling you what I'm responding to the people who are saying that.
No, what I'm saying to the people who are saying that, let me be perfectly clear to the camera. He ain't stepping aside. We've heard Michelle might run, step aside, broker convention. He's not stepping aside. The only way he steps aside is if he resigns.
So, I agree.
So until it happens, it's just a hypothetical conversation. That's a waste of time.
Well, but people are talking about Gavin Newsom and everything else.
I don't care what people are talking about.
But Roland, all I'm trying to say is this. You're right. But I'm trying to give people the logical, mathematical reality if that happens and why he can't. I'm giving the reason why he can't.
I'm not even giving them that.
The reason is Trump is at a ceiling. Anybody else mobilizes.
Here's the deal, though. Let's be real clear, okay? The reality is, if he steps aside and chooses not to run, it's June 27th, okay? Everything is going to be thrown up in the air. Everything. It's broker convention. It's drama. So you deal with, as I always say in the military, what are the facts on the ground? The facts on the ground is Biden is the nominee. Biden will be the nominee until he makes a decision that he's not going to be the nominee. So there's no use in people, and this is one of the reasons why his poll numbers are where they are. Because you got a lot of Democrats, oh man, I wish we had somebody else. Right. This is what I keep saying. If you fucking voted for a 78-year-old dude 4 years ago, what the hell made you think he wasn't going to run 4 years later? No, at no time did he ever announce, hey, I'm going to serve one term, and I'm going to turn this thing over to Kamala Harris. Or I'm only going to serve one. He never said that. He's been trying to be president for 40 years. Yeah. Nobody gives up power.
He's a different guy, though.
Who's a different guy?
He's a different guy than what we saw 4 years ago.
I understand he's a different guy, but what I'm saying is he might be a different guy we saw 4 years ago, but nobody. Who's the last president to give up power?
I mean,
President Lyndon.
We can't switch him
we're
out,
saying
but
the
the
same
fact that
thing.
it's coming up.
You're making that argument. I'm just making the mathematical one. We're saying the same thing.
No, I'm making it mathematical. There's only one vote to decide whether he actually pulls out. That's his. And what I'm saying is, until you get to that point, it's a waste of time. That's like me sitting around saying, man, if I was broke as hell, boy, what would I do if I had money? You know what? You ain't got money. So sitting there having a conversation to me makes no sense. What you deal with is, what are the realities on the ground? And the realities are, this was a debate on June 27th. Okay? Let me also remind people, who remembers 2012? Who remembers Obama Romney in Las Vegas?
That first one.
Everything I'm hearing tonight from Democrats, people like, they were losing their mind in 2012 to the first debate. Now, granted, that's a whole about 30 years difference between Obama and Biden.
We knew there'd be two more. We knew there's going to be.
But let me be clear. Democrats were losing their minds after the first debate. Reese, go.
This was a 90-minute Trump propaganda rally. It was a fucking disgraceful excuse for a presidential debate because the moderation was non-existent. You had Trump do whatever the hell he wanted to do, say whatever the hell he wanted to say, regardless of the fucking question. He didn't answer on child care. He didn't answer on Israel, Gaza. He didn't answer any question that was asked directly to him. And the moderators who said, I'm not going to fact check, at least have the motherfucker answer the question that you're asking. That's why you have a moderator. And so, based on that, Biden was drastically ill-equipped to go up against Trump tonight because Biden, like Democrats always do, they abide by the rules. What Biden should have done, at least by the commercial break, okay, fine, maybe you're getting your bearings around you and say, fuck the rules, I gotta interrupt him. They're not fact-checking, he's not answering the question, he's using his time to attack me and spew nothing but lies. And what people are underestimating about these lies, they were disorienting, yes, for people that know the truth. They were confidently spoken, and it is exactly what people have been fed through hundreds of millions of dollars of disinformation for the past 4 years that Democrats have failed to combat because they think that they're going to go on MSNBC and CNN and do 5-minute hits, and that's going to move the needle. A lot of what Trump said not only rings true to a lot of low information, disaffected, disillusioned voters, but it's what people believe already. And so what Biden didn't do is move the needle with the people who have heard all of that shit and already believe it. What Biden was saying mostly was breaking news to the people who've been fed all of the lies that Donald Trump was saying. And then he didn't even really deliver it that well. You kind of had to struggle a little bit to get what the hell he was saying. And so this was a disaster. Thank God it's June. Thank God we still have Trump ass to get sentenced in Manhattan. Thank you, Alvin Bragg. Thank God we still have the news story could be the Supreme Court by tomorrow. Bronny James was the #1 trending topic on Twitter today. Hopefully nobody was paying attention to this shit show. And what people will see is the good zingers that Biden did manage to get in. Package it really well, Democrats. Please package it. Put some shit to make people believe that they didn't see any of this other stuff, because CNN's gonna package it. Freezing and all kind of shit. It's gonna be bad. But we got to do something else. But all I got to say is, 4th of July is next week. Just do a big fireworks display. Let's have some other shit. Change the subject, because the more we talk about this, the worst. But the good news is everybody already knows he's old. Everybody already thought he was old.
Facts.
And so that did not change tonight. Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah.
Yeah, putting it in a global perspective, the ANC lost their majority in South Africa. Narendra Modi was almost not the prime minister in India in what looked like a cakewalk. He had to put a coalition government together. The French in France, Macron, they fell out of favor. The right wing, Le Pen and them are surging in the EU Parliament as well. They had a damn coup d'etat, attempted coup this week in Bolivia, but the people came out in the street, and I think this is where it comes down to. It doesn't matter who the president of the United States is. What we've said here tonight is very clear. We watched this like we watched a sporting event. What is important is the apparatus behind whoever that woman or man is. Project 2025, they said it in the document. We don't give a damn who the president is. We're going to ride Trumpism into what we've been trying to do since the 60s, which is roll back any notion of multiracial democracy in the United States of America. When I mention those other countries, because Steve Bannon is the one sitting in the basement of his house, not even a mile from here, plotting internationally to think about how these right-wingers and the billionaires that fund them take over the world. What does that have to do with what we saw tonight? This now for the Democratic Party that messed up clearly. For the Democratic Party, they can count on one thing. We live in an idiocracy.
Yes, thank God.
An idiocracy means that people don't remember the State of the Union. It is June. You know what's going to happen between now and the election? Convention. The Republican convention in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
They need to hit them like hell. But what happens the week after the Republican convention?
That's a month.
The Olympics.
Oh, yeah?
The Olympics then take place. Then the Democrats. This is what the Democratic Party needs to do. They've got to make it not about Joe Biden. They got to go talk to Simone Biles and Sha'Carri Richardson and say, look, when y'all get back from Frank, can y'all come over to the Democrats? If they surround him and say it's not about the individual, but what's behind him, they can roll over them. Because guess what? A majority of voters in this country are going to vote for Joe Biden. They voted for Hillary Clinton.
Yes.
The problem is the Electoral College. They're getting it close enough to steal. And as you said before we went to the debate, finally, Roland, he's got to speak to these targeted places, to Milwaukee, to Detroit, to Atlanta. And if he does that, and I'm talking about not Biden now, Biden as a representative of a party that is deeply flawed and bullshit in so many ways. But if we don't understand what's going on in a global context, the L we are getting ready to take as human beings is going to form in a way, and at 9:48 p.m. when Donald Trump.
Goodbye, democracy.
Goodbye. It's never really here, but they won't let it take root. When Joe Biden looked at him and said, you have the morals of an alley cat, any individual debate between them can be about personalities in sports, but the Democrats have to move this now away from any notion of personality in Joe Biden and put this, as you would say, Joe Madison said, where the goats can get it, and make this about policy and institutions. You can't ride personalities in the White House, otherwise we're going to take this L.
So let me say this. Earlier, Mark, you mentioned Jimmy Carter. You go back to 1980, 79, 80. So many people kept referencing how Reagan performed in the debates. They talked about Carter looked weak, things along those lines. They criticized Jimmy Carter for putting solar panels on the White House roof, which, by the way, is an American invention. Reagan wins because they covertly cut a deal to delay the hostage releases.
Right.
It ushers in 8 years of Reaganomics. Another 4 years of Reaganomics with President George H.W. Bush.
That's right.
All because folks were wrapped up in how Reagan performed.
That's right.
Michael Deaver was Reagan's image maker. Michael Deaver was the guru in terms of how they packaged Reagan, how they packaged their policies. In San Francisco in 1984 at the Democratic National Convention, Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. said, I would rather have FDR in a wheelchair than Reagan on a horse.
That's right.
America always wants John Wayne in the White House.
What Gil Scott-Heron said.
But if folk knew John Wayne, he was one of the most violent racists in American history.
That's right.
And so Democrats naturally are spastic. Democrats are the kind of people who can snatch defeat out of the jaws of victory on any given day. No question. So right now, folks are losing their minds and they're saying, oh my God, how awful. Was Joe Biden strong tonight? No. Was Joe Biden, was he speaking authoritatively? No. The moment he opened his mouth, he was hoarse. He was trying to get his throat. So right there, again, as somebody who's a public speaker, there's nothing worse than trying to speak when you don't have your voice. And so that also makes you timid. Now, Kelly O'Donnell sent a tweet out saying a couple sources close to Biden said he has a cold. That's immaterial. It's what they saw. When you see the split screen in terms of how he looked. And so people were like, oh, although Trump is lying, he sounds authoritative. He sounds assertive. Well, any dictator always going to sound authoritative and assertive. That's right. And so the reality is, are there going to be people freaking out in the next 24 hours about Biden's debate performance? Yes, which is why if you are talking about the next election, your issue cannot be his debate performance. It has to be what has been his Oval Office performance. That's exactly right. The reality is we get so hooked up into what was the speech, what was the presentation, when we can get so enamored with somebody, man, they gave a killer speech, but they can't do jack on policy. Somebody could sit here and just, oh my God, they were fantastic on television, but they were awful at the negotiating table. And so what Biden was trying to do, which again, when that's not what a debate is about television performance. Kennedy, Nixon, Nixon would not take makeup, Kennedy did. The key here is if you are a Democrat, if you're a Biden supporter, you don't spend your time entertaining anybody going off about, oh my God, his voice, he sounded weak. No, what you do is say, Trump lied about veterans when he took credit for a bill that Obama signed. That's right. Trump lied about the economy. That's right. He lied about the condition of the economy when Biden-Harris took over. He lied about, you lay out and you say, now, this is what you heard. So what do I have over here? I have an 82-year-old man over here who has a history of stuttering, stumble over his words, but then I had a man over here who spoke with lies with full clarity. Now, which of the two are you down for? That's really how folks have to be operating. That's right. Last point before we continue the conversation. This is June 27th. This is not September 27th. Exactly. So by this being June 27th, you still have lots of time. I don't say it's a lot of time, but you still have lots of time where you still can lay out in terms of what the narrative is. But if you are anybody on Biden-Harris, what you have to say, America, what you saw tonight was a president who, did he stumble over some words? Yes. Did he not finish some thoughts? Yes. But what did he say? What did he say? And what did he say about what he has done? And you contrast that to what you heard from a litany of lies. That's right. And you also say, and the person who's on the other side, that man made awful excuses for the violent domestic terrorists on January 6th, and he would not affirmatively state that he would accept the results of the election.
He blamed Nancy Pelosi. That was creative.
So my point here is real simple. That's what you're dealing with. So I am not sitting here. I've gotten text messages. Oh my God. What are we gonna do? I said, this is what you're gonna do. You're gonna calm your ass down. Because again, that's what you're dealing with. Do you want an authoritative, strong, standing, firm, massive liar, or do you want somebody who had a raspy voice, who stumbled over a few words and sentences, but who actually laid out a pathway for the American future? That's the contrast.
You're right. Obviously, you're right. But we got 132 days. The Biden team has 132 days.
I'd rather 132 than 90.
Okay. The one day that they needed was today. Okay. And to Reese's point, thank God 4th of July is next week. to Nola's point, you know, we are inside the Beltway having an inside the Beltway conversation, but most people, when they look at that screen and see what they saw, are going to vote on the theatrics. We know that. They're going to vote on the shallow theatrics.
They're not voting on June 28th.
Okay, I know it, but they're going to vote on that appearance that we saw tonight.
Factor in people who won't vote at all.
Exactly.
This is something that does not generate enthusiasm. It does not generate the record turnout that we saw in 2020 that propelled them to the White House. I get your point, Roland. If we were up here having a political spin conversation, what we say if we were a surrogate, that would be a different conversation. We're having a what the hell did we just watch conversation.
How Trump's team is going to use it. Yes. They are going to dine out on this. They are going to dine out on this. I agree with Roland. 100%.
It's 13,000 people on the YouTube channel. And if y'all look at their comments, they ain't saying shit about what y'all talking about. You know what they saying?
What?
Damn that, I heard a liar. I mean, these are
good.
these ain't Beltway. But what I'm saying is, I think we get so caught up in, again, and this is where media and political folks, we pay a lot of attention to the theatrics, all other stuff. But the question still becomes, what did Trump say about Roe v. Wade?
Right.
What did Biden say about education? What did Trump say about Russia and Ukraine? What did he say about NATO? I mean, the reality is that was some stuff said in between.
The question about whether or not Trump is a liar has been answered. We know he's an unhinged lunatic and a liar. That is done. But that cannot continue. What we just saw makes an unhinged liar look as if he could actually cross the finish line.
No,
because you got a guy that's 82 years old that can't put together a full sentence. That's the problem.
It's been that way for a decade. It's been that way since 2015.
No, but it's gotten worse.
It has gotten worse.
It's gotten worse, but the thing is this, right? If we have voters that are voting purely on theatrics, he would have won 2020. It didn't get no more theatrical than...
No, he rode George Floyd.
He was good.
There was a pandemic.
But hear me here. It doesn't get any more theatrical than...
Hold on, stop. No, he wasn't good in 2020.
No.
He got smoked in the first 3-4 debates.
I thought he was good.
No, he was not.
He was a lot better than that.
He wasn't. Go ahead. I just want to remind people, he wasn't great in the first debate.
He got smoked in the first, canceled the second, and got smoked in the third. That's what happened. But the thing is this, if we're talking theatrics... I'm
talking about primary. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying...
But my point is, Biden was bad in the first several primary debates, and then you go to South Carolina, and then he runs the table. So my whole point is, being strong in debates don't necessarily mean you win. Go. You then
I agree. So my thing is this, if this is about Trump's theatrics and who could put on the better show, Trump would have been reelected in 2020. It would have been like re-elected 2020.
Yep.
The American voter, the black American voter, is a very astute voter, a very tuned-in voter, a very issues-driven voter. It's in our blood. It is not honest. It's literally why they are not like us. It's literally why, the backbone of this country, win or lose. Biden had an okay night. I'm going to give him an okay night based off of my own method.
Your grade, A, B, C.
A through F, what's your grade?
B.
Okay, go ahead.
I give him a B. But the thing
I think you're great on the curve, but go ahead.
I am. But the thing is this, right? I think both campaigns and both parties made a very smart decision having this debate in June instead of October.
Yeah.
I think Dave Bossie, who's doing a part of our RNC, and I don't know who's doing the DNC side, them making that decision to have this in June, which is earlier than ever, before they're even nominated, was smart on both ends. This is in October. I think it's actually probably a free for all.
Mark.
So, Lauren, I hear what you're saying, but just again, I want to throw some math out there. Most of their supporters are locked in.
No question. There, meaning Trump.
Both of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as I said, Trump's never gotten more than 47%. The point you raise is more valid, I think.
The low turnout point, right? The low turnout helps the Republicans.
You got to keep in mind. Wait, before you go forward, Mark.
Wait, hold on. Finish your thought, then I'm coming back.
So that's the highest he's ever gotten.
Right.
He's not going to go above that. I think Reese's point is valid in the sense that how many on our side are going to be discouraged from voting? Not like people on our side are going to go vote for Trump, but they're not going to vote on the basis of this. So it is good this is in June, because I think people come to a sense that, wait a minute now, do I really want to enable this? To your point, if we look at the global piece. So I think that's the challenge for the Biden people. They've got to keep people who would be disaffected who might look at this and say, this guy's old, he can't run, people have to be reminded, well, okay, but the alternative is 10 times worse.
That is the key.
I don't think, the point is, Lauren, I don't think Trump picks up a single vote.
I agree.
He's got his base. He's got them locked in. It's not like independents who were mad because he got convicted and go, so I'm going to vote for him now. It's not like Democrats are going to shift over and vote for Trump.
Right.
I don't think Trump picks up another vote. This is still
It's not about votes. It's about Wisconsin and Michigan.
Well,
It's about Wisconsin and Michigan. And that was close.
So one second.
Biden's got to lock those votes in Wisconsin.
But again, you mentioned math, Rebecca. Again, I'm looking at math.
That's how Hillary lost.
It's June 27th. The reality is, you got the whole month of July. Folk go on vacation.
Yep.
You got convention, RNC next month. You got DNC in August. The question then becomes, again, will there actually be a September 10th debate? We don't know.
I bet no.
And then the next question then becomes, what is the race that you run? And again, I go back to the Democratic primary in 2020. Very few people were just jumping up and down excited about then Vice President Joe Biden.
No.
They weren't. But guess what happened?
Sure didn't.
The other candidates, were they truly breaking through? They were not. What did people vote on? People said, all right, he ain't exciting me. He ain't making me feel great. He not inspiring me with hope and change. But that is experience. That is even keel. That is somebody who's a grown-up. That's who I'm voting for. That's how he won in 2020. I still fundamentally believe.
Primaries in 2020.
No, the primary, but that's also how he won the general election.
He won the general election. It was a pandemic and people.
Right. No. I understand that, but what I'm saying is, when they voted even for the pandemic, they were voting for, I need a grown-up who's in charge.
Right. And not against Biden? I mean, not against Trump?
Right. No. They were voting against Trump. But what I'm saying is, I got Trump over here. I got crazy, but I got a grown-up over here.
Good point.
And what he then does is, so he's never going to excite you.
Sure.
So the issue, how they have to frame this is, let that still be unhinged.
Right.
And y'all have concerns over here, but I still go back to what Reverend said. I'd rather have FDR in a wheelchair than Reagan on a horse. Hold on one second, Rebecca. Then I'm coming to you.
Here's the thing. We're 131 days till Election Day. We are about 95-ish days until the first ballot can be cast in this country.
That's a good point.
Full stop.
That's a good point.
About 95 days until the first set of ballots get mailed out and Americans start to vote, right? So that's the clock that we're against. So now if we're looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is going to be decided on technicality. For those of you all who are watching and catching up, let me tell you what's happening in Pennsylvania. Last year, Pennsylvania redesigned the outer envelopes for their vote by mail, right? The Secretary of State sent an advisory out to every single county, because remember, Pennsylvania is a Commonwealth. Yeah. They told every county official who actually handles elections, hey, people have to put the date on that outer envelope. Even if they put November, whatever, October, whatever, when they're voting by mail, if they put 2023 versus 2024, accept it because it's still a current ballot. Guess what? Counties like Lancaster just said, we're not going to do that. They don't put the correct year on their ballot, on the outer envelope for their ballot if they're voting by mail. We will throw out their ballot.
That's right.
So Pennsylvania is going to be decided by thousands of votes on technicality.
And luckily what you have is you have a state Supreme Court that is almost the same as it was in 2020. And what were they mad about? The state Supreme Court in 2020 said, no, you're counting the ballots. So you're going to have legal challenges there.
But remember what Alito said in that Pennsylvania case. They wanted the vote sequestered in case it was close enough for them to be the determining factor. I agree with you. They set it up. Alito already tipped the hand, and he got 2 more seats on the court, 3 more seats on the court. Yeah, this is very important, and it was a state issue. They should have had no business interfering with that state court. That's right. That's right.
As much as we hate what happened tonight, we have to talk about what's going to happen in November.
That's right.
What's going to determine the presidency. When we get to Wisconsin, we've seen a lot of people, we've seen voter purges, where a lot of people were dismissed, taken off of the voter rolls in Wisconsin. In order for Wisconsin to fall in the W column for Joe Biden, then local groups like in Milwaukee, like Block, has to be funded to do what they do to turn out black voters in Milwaukee.
But also the other advantage that you now have in Milwaukee, Democrats put the state Supreme Court.
That's exactly
Democrats won that critical race. They now have a 4-3 majority. And guess what? They made the ruling on state gerrymandering. That's right. Then they still are going to rule on congressional gerrymandering. That's right. And they're going to do a different ruling on ballot drop boxes as well. So the state Supreme, this is where Supreme Courts matter. So that's going to be huge in Wisconsin. Very good. I'm going to quickly go to Mustafa, then I'm going to go to our guest via Skype.
So, you know, I've worked in over 1,000 communities. So instead of just this inside the Beltway conversation, I'm actually talking to people all across the country. Folks want to know, am I going to be able to keep my house? Or am I going to be able to get an apartment? People want to know, with the food prices, like we talked about before, is somebody going to be able to do something about that? You know, the Farm Bill, I don't know anything about the Farm Bill, but what I do want to know is that if I'm going to be able to actually go to the grocery store and actually get some food, right?
Yes.
I want to know if I can get a new job, right?
And if you can't articulate how that's going to happen.
Is that a black job?
Well, I guess it depends on who you are.
Right. The millions are pouring over to take those.
Nobody has ever asked me about a black job, brown job, or any of these other things.
We say, Doc, anybody ever asked you about
That's my black business and my black job.
Right.
And I just make a point about what's going to happen in 50, 60 days when we come back to school on college campuses, when foreign policy is going to come roaring back onto the main stage when we're talking about optics. And can we also talk about, again, with foreign policy, you know, after the NATO summit, and, you know, foreign policy is going to come roaring back very strongly yet again. And when schools start again, you know, especially semester campuses, you know, there's a lot of planning and thinking around what is that going to look like.
Well, this is where the Democrats have to seize what we heard tonight, because you heard what Trump said. Listen, like you say, I'm on one of those campuses. They had tents at Howard. When the students say Joe Biden, Genocide Joe, go back to this debate. And what did Donald Trump say? If I get back in, I'm telling Israel to finish the job. They need to make a remix of that. What do you think's going to happen if he gets in?
So you spoke.
You're exactly right, Doc. They coming back.
So you spoke about students.
That's right.
Two of our guests, Melanie Campbell, National Coalition of Black Civic Participation, Tiffany Lofton, of course, labor organizer. She formerly president of the. What was it? National Student Association? What was the group? I don't know. Fucking girl, come on now. It was something.
The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People and a National Labor Organizer.
First of all, that's too much shit to be reciting. Okay?
They need to know.
Okay. We gonna run on CNN big ass bios on the right side of the screen. You know, with your triple-sided business card ass. What I'm saying is, you were president. What was that student group you were president of?
Oh, the United States Student Association.
Right, damn it. Listen to what the hell I'm talking about. I'm trying to set your ass up. Talk about young folk, and she want to recite everything but that.
The poster's right there.
Well, hell.
Show your followers. There they go.
Okay.
USSA.
Okay, got it. All right, USSA. I thought it was U.S. Secret Service. Now, listen. So immediately, just your initial assessment of what you saw.
I don't know why you have me here, Uncle Roland. You know how I feel.
Well, first of all,
I'm organizing students across the country right now for 2 reasons. One, I'm working with student leaders who are pushing Joe Biden to successfully cancel more student loan debt for borrowers across the country. And two, there are a group of students from different, what we call statewide student associations, who are forming a national student organization like the United States Student Association all over again, and I'm their advisor. So I'm talking to students every single day. I also teach classes at UC Santa Cruz, and I'm also organizing Black students at HBCUs who are organizing for reproductive justice. So my initial thought, because I've been asked this a billion times, and the show was only an hour ago, is I told you guys so. And I wore this hat. Lauren, I like your hat too, but I think mine's is better. This says pray, because I think this is what we need to do. Roland, I was paying attention to you, sir, before I jumped on, and I saw all of the beautiful beads on your arm. Some people would believe that namaste beads is also some helpful juju for Joe Biden, because he's going to need that as well. And we need to bring out everything that's going to help this election. I heard you loud and clear. I heard you last time when we got on TV and we talked about this. Donald Trump is a problem. We are not voting for Donald Trump. We cannot have Donald Trump as our president. I've said that the entire time. What I've also said is that Joe Biden was not our candidate. And in addition to the performance that we just saw, which I agree 100% with what Lauren said earlier around how voters who are not paying attention are paying attention to the performance, and social media will continue to replay the embarrassing, funny, disgusting, ignorant moments on the internet. And that's what people will see, because I talked to a few of my friends who didn't come to the watch party and who didn't watch the debate because they didn't want to. One of my friends specifically, who was supposed to come to my watch party, she said, I don't want to stress myself out. People didn't even watch the debate. What they are going to see is the recaps, right? Just like a sporting event, because that's what it was. Dr. Carr was right. So when they see the recaps, they're going to see Joe Biden did what? Joe Biden's, we couldn't even hear what he said. What did he say? And I hear you, not Donald Trump. But a year ago, I said, if the Democratic Party wants to win, because it's not about a candidate, it's about the party, it's about the people that vote in that party, they would not choose Joe Biden, and here we are. I agree with the assessment and the recommendation that if they are going to do anything, sorry, let me say one more thing. This always happens where we get really close to the election and all of a sudden the party wants our help. So if they call Sha'Carri Richardson or if they call Simone Biles, because those are the nominations that happened a couple minutes ago, I'm going to be offended, because y'all should have been engaging these people back in January, back in last year, when we knew this is what was going to happen. We knew it was going to be these two people. We were told to shut up. Nobody else is going to run. It's either Joe Biden or Donald Trump. That's been the conversation for the last 2 years. In the last few months, when we see Joe Biden literally like a zombie on the television, not be able to articulate all of his issues, people are going to watch that and say, what are we doing? And if they come to us in the last 5 months telling us, please, 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 we need your help, two things need to happen. One, we have to see more advancements on the agenda that we want: quality education, making it affordable, childcare, reproductive justice, the genocide in Palestine, all of the things that people care about right now. We need to see more advances on them very quickly if Joe Biden wants to win. And two, there has to be a effort to not make his campaign a pony show and focus on the infrastructure in the states. I'm going to say this here because Roland, Uncle Roland, you and I talk very honestly, both behind closed doors and publicly. I think we have a problem. I can't name right now too many large institutions that are organizing people to go out and canvass, knock on doors, call voters, ask people if they've registered, ask people if they know where their voting location is. They're not doing any of that. And students right now aren't on campus, and they're going to have maybe a month and a half, September and October, to register voters and get people together.
Well, but the reality is those things have been happening. That's why I want to bring in Melanie Campbell, and here's why.
Hey, Miss Campbell.
So here's why that is happening. First of all, Melanie, you've had that happening in primary races where you have people running for Congress, U.S. Senate, and state offices. The reality is, when you talk about the presidential race, now, I have been advocating that they should have been doing that beginning in January. But the reality is, Melanie, these things typically don't happen in presidential campaigns until after the convention. But the organizing, and Melanie, y'all have been out there You were in Maryland, but Angela also Brooks and some other races. Y'all were in Florida. Black Voters Matter. They've been doing stuff in Georgia. There were 40 grassroots groups who met in St. Louis last Saturday. I went to St. Louis for the OJ's, Frankie Beverly, Whispers concert. Ran into a brother who said what they were doing there. They're doing what Tiffany's talking about around the Cori Bush, Wesley Bell race there as well. So those things are happening. What then happens is, as you get closer, it then begins to also happen around the presidential race. Your thoughts?
Well, first of all, my voice is gone tonight, right? So shit happens, right? Excuse my French. Shit happens. So that was the first thing. I was like you, Roland. When I first heard his voice was not there, I said, "Oh Jesus," okay, and that was my honest response. But just like 4 years ago, we had to do what we had to do, because we know the bigger picture is what won't happen what will happen, if we don't show up. That's what I saw. In spite of the theatrics or non-theatrics, history is a teacher. Hell, President Obama bombed in his first debate in the second term. So it is what it is. We're gonna have two old white men, and at the bottom line is we know enough. We are politically savvy enough. We are not the kind of people who vote. Granted, we have to worry about those who will be disenchanted, but it is also our job to make sure that they are at least able to find a way. Tiffany, we need you all to find a way for young people to not get distracted by what they're going to see on Twitter or Instagram or any of that, because most of it is being under attack with the lies and misinformation, disinformation. That is a reality. We've got to find a way for folks to be able to just look at it, look at what this one said he's going to do and what this one said they're going to do, so that, and what is it you want from one of these two old white men? Because the reality is, this doggone election is going to determine people's futures. I'm old enough. I'm 6 decades around the sun. I'm old enough to understand that if we let this thing go down the wrong way, it will affect us for 20, 30 years. And that's the reality of how we've got to make sure our people have that information. And our young people, we can't wait for them to come back from summer break. We got to be talking to them now, wherever they are. They got summer jobs. They got all kinds of stuff. They got internships, fellowships. We got to use every opportunity, but not to wait for that, but talk to them throughout the summer as well.
So I think that, and again, as I look at all of these, all the comments, first of all, let's be real clear. Twitter is not real world. So let's deal with that. But I'm not even on Twitter. As you see, all the different. I'm not even on Twitter. But my point is this here: whether it's Twitter, whether it's Instagram, whether it's Facebook, whether it's TikTok, whether it's Snapchat, all of that. The reality is you're not seeing what's really happening out there. I think the point that Melody just made, I think, is a really, really, really fundamentally important conversation, Reese, and that is. What does an average person care about? And then when we're communicating, we then begin to say, listen, whoever's in charge, this is what that means.
Yes.
When Greg said, hey, either one of them is not really in charge, this is what we know. Trump only cared about the pageantry of the president's facts. Right. We know, and we know that even the same people who served with him last time will not be there this time.
That's right.
And so what I need people, how I frame this is, I am looking at who is in power.
That's right. Yes.
And what they're going to do with their power. That's right. As opposed to how did Biden excite me or get me all fired up. He ain't never gotten anybody fired up.
Right.
But I'm looking at who will be in power.
Right. I agree with you on that, and that's why I've been trying to recognize what the average person is looking for. I'm not just talking about a debate, but I'm talking about in the election. We can't look at the vote blue no matter who people as the average person. Right. Just like the MAGA people. I'm not saying they're the equivalent because they're obviously diametrically opposed in terms of what they want. But But the average person is not a MAGA person. The average person is not a vote blue no matter who person. So what do you do to reach the average person? You have to get to the heart of what affects the average person's day-to-day life. It's groceries, it's gas, it's housing, it's debt, whether that's student loan debt, whether that's mortgages, interest rates, et cetera, et cetera. You have to get to the heart of that. The reason why Donald Trump lost in 2020 is because the economy was fucked up and Trump could not get a handle on COVID. Biden came in and fixed those things. There's more work to be done. What the Democrats need to spend as much time as humanly possible is trying to get an economic message together that will get to the heart of the people who ain't really that tapped in. They didn't watch the debate. They're going to see some highlights. Get to them and make them understand how their agenda is far superior to Trump's. That's what it boils down to for the average
And so when you say agenda, it also means power, and that's what I'm talking about, Tiffany. Because look, when we had dinner with the vice president in November, it's a group of black men, I said then, what I said publicly, I said privately, and I've been saying it. January to August should have been nothing but education, information, and enlightenment. This is what we've done. Well, she did some of it, but they really didn't capitalize on it. If I'm these dim folks, I'm not freaking out right now. What I'm saying is flood the zone. Every state rep, every state senator, council member, county commissioner, governor, having weekly town halls, discussions, and it's nothing but we're going to answer your questions, and here's what was done. So what you're talking about, because that's basic.
You said that months ago.
I know that, because that's what happens. Because that's what happens when white Democratic strategists want to focus on spending money on television as opposed to the ground game. And so, but what I'm saying is, and so here's the deal: you do that, you have a different conversation than what's going to be the next 24, 48-hour conversation. That's going to be on cable television. It's going to be on social media. Go.
You said that months ago, and I agreed with you, and that is not their strategy. I don't think they actually care about the black vote. Me and my friends in my house are still trying to figure out what a black job is.
Well, first of all, what I just said ain't even just black people. Hell, that could be anybody, but you have to explain to people what you've done. And you can't be afraid of the question. I mean, I've done panels with people like, well, I'm pissed off. Okay, why are you pissed? Well, I want to see something done. What do you want to see done? Then they like, well, no, don't stand your ass up, tell me you're pissed. You want to see something done. If you can't narrow down what you want to be done. And then when they say, I want to see this done, then I say, well, this happened, this happened, this happened. Then you know what I get? Oh, damn, I ain't know that. Right, you walking around pissed about something that you didn't get done, and you had no idea what actually got done. But you got to actually hear their pain and then explain to them, this is actually what got done.
The only thing I'll say, Roland, is, I just left the 60th anniversary of the Student Nonviolent Action Coordinating Committee Freedom Summer Anniversary. It was in Indianola, Mississippi. There was maybe 250 people there. Most of them were elders because they were veterans and volunteers for Freedom Summer. We had a conversation there that I think was very empowering. And the conversation was, every single time we come to an election, young people, there was a generational divide in the room. Young people are saying,
of course it was.
Young people changes over time, because I'm 35, so I'm not the youngest person in the room no more. And whoever those people are, they're not going to be young. So young is changing, right? There was a generational divide, not on the agreement, are we going to vote? Because we all agreed on that. Not that Donald Trump can't be president. We all agreed on that. What they said is, young people said, we are sick and tired of having to choose between the lesser of two evils. And the elders in the room were saying, you ought to be scared, I'm paraphrasing, you ought to be scared of what Donald Trump is capable of doing. And I just want us to not forget, as organizers, activists, and as black leaders in the community, I just don't want us to forget that we can only use that line and that tactic.
Can I answer a question?
So long. After a while, that's going to run out, and there has to be a different strategy. And I would just venture to say
hold on, Melanie.
I think we are watching the fall of that with young people across the country on college campuses everywhere. Young people who don't have summer jobs, don't have internships right now, are living back at home with their parents because the rent is too damn high. We have to address, as you all said, the issues that people care about right now.
Yeah, and what I'm gonna say, and it's not talking down to young people, I'm gonna say to millennial and Gen Z generation, which is the largest demographic in the country, you can't keep complaining about the old people running when the old people vote more than you do. And the reality is, listen, I've taken over organizations because I counted. And I've said this to numerous young people across the country. You can actually change the direction of the country.
Not when you only have two terrible.
No, wait.
Somebody in the comment section on your YouTube page said we're voting between a sleepwalker and a liar.
Hold up. I'm coming to you, Melanie. But the person who right now is 22, they were 18 in 2020.
Right.
Let me remind people. Biden was running, Warren was running, Sanders was running, Booker was running, Harris was running.
And they all split the vote.
Wait. Buttigieg was running.
Buttigieg, they was all splitting the vote. Keep going.
Klobuchar was running. Tom Steyer was running. Bloomberg jumped in. Marianne Williamson, that's 10.
There was like 13 of them.
Right. And so, and guess what? You had folk who were not voting. Guess what happened? When they went to South Carolina, and for every young person listen, y'all, this is math. The highest voting group in America is 65 plus.
Can I say something?
Wait. I ain't done with the math. The second highest voting group in America is 55 to 64.
Why, Roland? Why?
Because they understand power. And what I'm saying to young people, if you have power, and that is hot in this studio, if I didn't plug that fan up, it would be hotter. Young people, your shit is unplugged. You are not going to get power if you don't plug it in. And so I get frustration, but if you don't use your power, guess what? Somebody else is going to vote. I know, Greg. I got to go to Melody because Melody wanted to get something said.
That was a good one. You should have let me respond. Okay, go ahead.
No, you can go get to respond. Go ahead, Melody.
Oh, well, I'm going to say this. How many days we said we got? At the end of the day, we've got to make sure that young people, the young people that I'm able to engage with on a regular basis, is just to show them, give them the information. When we've been on the ground and on these tours, first of all, we weren't just talking to college students, we're talking to young people, and a lot of times they just don't have the information. That's one. And so that if you give folks information, I have no problem with young people saying they don't want to vote for the lesser of two evils. Really don't, right? I get that. I said that when I was 20 years old. Unfortunately, until we had finally had one black president, now we got one black woman. I never saw that even when I think about where I was when I was them. So that's the reality of the generations. But because of the information, the way information comes, and you have such a information that's coming and we're targeted, and that's a real reality. The young people have to find ways to be able to discern what's real and what's freaking Memorex. That's a big concern I have, that we know that it's never stopped and it's only going to get harder and stronger. How do we get trusted? You are a trusted voice because you're working with young people. So every one of us has an opportunity to help make sure that young people have the good information. Make your decision. Your decision still may be, I'm not going to vote. That's okay, but have the right information. And that's all I really have to say. It's like, it is what it is. And if we're going to deal with it, it's not about scaring you, but it's also letting you know what the heck happened. That one of these people is going to put 2 Supreme Court justices, possibly, in this next term. Give people the information, not to scare you. Some of this stuff will scare you.
Right.
When you get down into the bowels of what's happening. When we were in Tallahassee in October of last year, those young people understood that that governor and that state legislature and what was happening, and that they were trying to take FAMU and make it FSU, right? They understood they have to vote, and so they said we need support in being able to do that,
right?
Understand that, and so I think and for me, we really do have a big job in making sure the youngest leaders in our communities are supported, like you, Tiffany.
Greg
Make
has.
sure you are able to be some of those voices that can help our young people.
Tiffany, calm your ass down. You know we live.
I'm sorry.
Greg got a question for Tiffany.
Thank you, Roland. And hey, Tiff, it's Greg Carr. And the reason I mentioned those two is because they're gonna come back with a chest.
Carr.
Thank you. No, yeah. The reason I mentioned those two Olympians because they're gonna come back with a chest full of gold medals, and in a nation of low information voters, it beats Fat Joe and E40. But it wasn't because and I'm offended too. But the point is this: when you were with those elders, and I'm sorry I couldn't make it because my friend Cortland Cox and all of them were down there, Karen Spellman, all those SNCC folk, as we know, Tim Jenkins, Joyce and Dory Ladner, they were a decade and a half younger than you are right now when they faced down the Citizens Council in all those Mississippi. In 2024, when the hillbilly Secretary of Education in Oklahoma says you got to put the Bible in your curriculum, when the hillbilly governor of Louisiana says the 10 Commandments got to go in every classroom, how do we educate voters generally, particularly young people, to understand that we can't understand anything in real time without putting it in the long arc of perspective? Because those elders you were talking to, it seems to me, they weren't talking to you as 80-year-olds. They were talking to you as 19 and 20-year-olds who saw what that looked like in '64 and can trace that full arc now to 2024 and understand that our actions now aren't in a vacuum. How do we integrate education? Because I don't see Cortland Cox talking to you as an 80-year-old. I see him talking to you as a 19-year-old.
Right, and I'll add that before you answer. I'll add that before you answer. Those same 19, 20, 20-year-olds were mad as hell, pissed off in Atlantic City in 1964 when Dr. King and Bob Rustin brokered the deal.
That's right.
And they said, we didn't come here for only one black. And, right, they said we didn't come here for 2 seats. And King said,
Fannie Lou Hamer said that, but keep going.
But he said, but it will be fully integrated in 1968.
This is very important.
And it was. Now, so again, so I somebody who's always like, no, we can't wait, but I also understand the reality of if any young person tells me, I don't want to vote for 2 old people, this is what I'll say. One of them go in, and then you can pick whoever the hell you want in the next election. Because here's the deal. Come 2028, if Trump wins, God forbid, he can't run again. If Biden wins, he can't run again. So this is one of those elections where how you vote.
It's the last one.
Well, no, how you vote in 24, you gonna get to pick who you want in 28. But
if there's a country,
if you don't vote in 24, we don't know what the hell 28 gonna look like. Tiffany, go. Hold on, I'm gonna come back to you.
Okay.
Tiffany, go. Yeah. Because Greg had.
I missed my response already to the fan analogy. But when you said
hold on, you young, you can't remember.
Not too much when you're young.
We was drinking over here having a good time. No, I'm just kidding. So what happens is if you're saying the young people's fan is unplugged, in that analogy, Uncle Roland, all I'm saying is we are trying to tell you, you don't need to use a fan. You can use the air conditioner and the thermostat. That is what we are trying to upgrade and say. And young people, and all I'm saying, hold on, wait, Uncle
and if you got a window unit, you still got to plug it up.
Ask on the
Uncle Roland, stop. Look, Uncle Roland, I did have a watch party at my house, and they're off to the side, but I want to introduce y'all very quickly. And then you can ask them, because y'all looking young. I mean, I know I'm talking about the young folks that I work with, but I just want you guys to know that there was a consensus in the house. We know we're going to do the right thing. Let me turn the camera so I'm going to put y'all on blast. Okay, there they go. All 3 of them. There we go. So I know that we are going to do the right thing. And in November, when we have this panel discussion, because you have me on in November, mark me in the calendar, please. We are going to talk about how young people showed up and did the right thing. But just like Fannie Lou Hamer said, we didn't come for no 2 seats in Atlantic City. We are saying we are sick and tired of being sick and tired of voting for the same two old people at the same time. But wait. Dr. Carr asked me a question.
Yes, you did.
Dr. Carr asked me a question. And the answer to your question, Dr. Carr, is my entire
wait, hold on,
career.
no. She's answering. Go ahead. Answer, go.
My entire career so far has been rooted, praise God, in building organizations for young people and building organizations where political homes train and mentor and hold safe spaces for people who want to be civically engaged and better citizens in this country. And right now, we are experiencing defunding those organizations. We are experiencing leadership get removed from positions of executive directors and presidents of those organizations. We're watching the NAACP made a pledge at the SNCC convention. Y'all know I don't work there no more. They made a pledge and they said, we're going to register 15 million people with 300,000 voters. And I said, where? How? That's 25,000 volunteers a month that you have to get. And we are talking about things that might not be realistic leading up into November. So to answer your question, if we had that infrastructure, if we had the funding, we are going to continue to organize in the streets. Young people have been doing that regardless whether we have money or not. But these organizations, we need more than just the great work that Ms. Campbell's doing, which I've been a part of and I'm a huge fan of. We need more than just Black Lives Matter. I love Latasha Cliff and April. They're doing great work, but we need more.
Scale. Nola.
Thanks. I want to make a point. Greg and I, we teach on college campuses. And what I want to say is what a lot of my students are failing. I taught 2 classes this past semester, International Relations and Race and Space Security. And none of my students missed a day in either one of those classes while protesting was happening on campus. And I want to make it very clear, when we're talking about students, the same way we kind of talk about Black as this kind of monolith, it is not a monolith. Most students want to go to class. Most students want to graduate. I mean, that is simply the truth. I can't tell you how many conversations I've had, especially with Black students, who are scared to get involved in any of this because they are going to be targeted the hardest. It's not just the Black students, it's Black staff, it's Black faculty, and let's not even get started on adjuncts. We don't have that power to be secluded and insulated within the institution to go out and do those things. So when we're talking about students, we're talking about a very specific group of students that are out protesting, that are out building these camps. It is not all of them. And I can tell you right here, right now, a lot of these students are pissed that they are involved in this kind of monolithic explanation of students. It is not all of them.
Before I go to Mark.
Especially the babies that were caught in COVID. Especially the babies who wanted to just graduate with their family and their friends.
So before I go to Mark, I hear that not just with students. I hear that with grown folks who say, "Look, I got kids and I got to go to a job."
No question.
But this is what I say, and again, I go by numbers. Numbers don't lie. The lowest voting group is 18-29. The second lowest voting group is 30 to 44.
Yeah, that's true.
And what I say, so everything you just said. So when a college student says to me, when I hear, look, man, I just want to go to school. How you gonna get a Pell Grant? Who wants to cut Pell Grants?
Come on now.
Who wants to increase Pell Grants? Who increased Pell Grants for summer school for the fall and the spring? So again, that's not, who's in charge determines that.
That's true.
When you start talking about, again, when you mention COVID, when I went through the bill, the $6.5 billion that went to HBCUs, Meharry, other HBCUs literally gave checks to students.
Sure did. Meharry did.
Gave actual checks to students.
Yeah. And that means a lot to a medical student.
Absolutely. So what we have to do, this is why Black-owned media is important. What we have to do is, I go back to connect the dots.
Yes.
To your point, when you say what those folks are saying, to Reese's point, others, we have to literally use every mechanism possible to walk people through to say, I know you say I don't care about these things, but who is in charge has an impact on your very existence as a student. And so who's in charge in your state can determine if you go to a public institution whether you can use your student ID to actually vote.
My God.
And so I think what often happens is, and again, this is not denigrating anybody who's young. What often happens is people somehow say, I can't worry about that kind of stuff without realizing that the stuff they actually worried about the policymakers have a direct impact on their very lives.
But my point is they are. So that's what I wanted to say. Like the students that aren't being talked about, they are talking about what's important for their lives. You know, like somebody very dear to me, Victor Shee, who's working in the, you know, Victor, that's my little baby. And not just because he's a Bruin, go Bruins, go Bruins. But what I'm saying is young people do care about their political lives and they do understand what's at stake. And you know, and it may be not as, you know, sexy to talk about those nerdy students who just want to go to class and understand what's at stake for them and their futures, but they do exist. And I just want to make sure that we are uplifting them and talking about them.
Before I let Melanie go, but the point is, y'all are on the ground. I've been at a lot of things that y'all do. And again, when we're talking to people, it's a significant number of people who just don't know. And when we talk about the couch being an option, this is what we're talking about. We have to be spending inordinate amounts of time walking folks through policy. It ain't the sexy in the world. Right. It's okay. People can sit here and they can talk about what 50 Cent talking about, what Plies talking about, Sexy Red talking about. But, and in fact, mention I'll give Plies credit. He's talking about policy and connecting the dots. I just think that what often happens is people say, ain't nobody doing nothing, so therefore I'm not going to vote, when it's also a lie, but we have to educate people. I didn't say just black people. That's right. Educate people on public policy. Melody, your final comment, so you can go rest your voice.
Thank you. The other thing, Roland, you talk about all the time, there's more on the ballot than the president and the vice president, right? There are Senate races, you know, the House races. That's right. There are local elections, and sometimes if the top don't work, you got to go to the middle, and for folks that feel it more closely as well. But one thing that was really, really motivated me as far as these last few months was being in Maryland, and when we had, because you always want to say brothers don't get involved. We had more young black men get involved in getting out the vote than I have ever had happen. And they showed up every day. Yes, we had sisters. We had more young black men who some had, never experienced anything like it, didn't know how they could get involved. A lot of them were from Southeast and Prince George's County. And so that we would be able to have those conversations on the bus and being able to have brothers talking about what's important and why this election was important. And so that's the part of, I think, what we also have to lift up, that there are young people, there are black men who want to be involved. And I think we have to lift that up and not say, well, black men are just being bamboozled and they just gonna vote for Donald Trump for this, that reason, the other. But to make sure, because peer-to-peer works. I could talk till I'm blue in the face to my nieces and my great nieces and nephews. But if the young man who leads our Black Youth Vote program, Daryl Coles, talk to him, they're gonna listen to Daryl before they're gonna listen to me. Right. So that's the reality, and that we have to, and what we're attempting to do, and what we have to do over these next few weeks. I think somebody said it, and I can't remember which one around the table, but election is not November. It's about what's going to happen in September. And when people start getting those applications in for absentee ballots and the things and the laws in states like Georgia, because our folks are 24/7 on the ground. Right. The Deborah Scotts and folks like that, and the Helen Butlers and folks like that, they're grinding. More resources are needed, but I think we also have to find a way to go down ballot for people to understand those races and how that matters as well. So that may be the reason we can get them to show up, not for the two old white guys.
All right, Melanie Campbell, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Tiffany Lofton, you can go back to drinking.
Good night, y'all.
Tiffany, you can go back to drinking.
We was drinking pineapple soda and ginger ale.
You lying.
I'm not lying.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. Okay, as we say, believe that. Bye.
Bye, Aunt.
Bye. So I want to come back, folks in the room. And again, I go, the numbers don't lie.
They don't.
65 plus vote at a higher rate than anybody else.
That's true.
As you go down, the numbers get lower and lower and lower.
That's true.
Now, The other thing that I don't think, because we were talking about it earlier, you mentioned turnout. You've seen a decreasing black turnout at its, obviously the high 2008 and 2012, but it's dropped 14, 16, 18, 20, 22 now.
Yep.
When you were talking about Trump getting the 14%, him getting 14% black male vote is a bigger deal when it's a lower vote turnout. Because so that 14 basically looks bigger than it actually is.
Yep.
But when you, so the key here, it comes down to not percentage, but turnout.
Margins.
What are your numbers? I keep saying this election is going to be a margins election. 11,000 votes in Georgia in 2020.
Yep.
11,000 in Arizona. Okay, extremely razor-thin margins.
Right.
And so this has to be about how are you going to drive on the ground, and how you how do you now drive engagement? So the question for folks here, and Mark, I'm gonna go to you first, and I'm gonna go to Rebecca. If you are Biden-Harris, how do you now, based upon what happened tonight, completely go into overdrive with a different narrative and strategy?
Well, that's kind of what I wanted to address. You do exactly everything we've been talking about tonight, but I throw a question back on you, because sometimes when we're on the air and off the air, we talk about how this consultant class sabotages everything. See, everything here makes sense. Even people who don't do this for a living, everything that's been said makes sense. But we know that there's a consultant class that has infiltrated the Democratic Party, and they blow it. We've seen black candidates go down in flames listening to that class.
Oh, wow.
And so, frankly, if I'm Biden-Harris, I'm calling everybody after this in this room. We're gonna go we walk down the street. We can literally walk down the street and have an all-night session.
Yeah, we 2 blocks away.
2 blocks away.
But you just mentioned. Hold up. You mentioned. Hold up, because you mentioned 2 names. You mentioned sabotage.
That's what it is.
You mentioned sabotage. Jesus. Here's what I'm about to throw out. I gotta get all y'all take.
Damn.
Huh?
Guess just like who do I believe? I believe this. I know Reese feel this way. For the last 3.5 years, there have been Democratic forces who have been sabotaging Vice President Kamala Harris.
That's right.
But here's the deal though. Guess who right now is the most important person?
Kamala.
That's right.
So, all of these folks who have been fighting her going out, if I'm any of them, I'm shutting my ass up, and I'm telling you right now, she gonna be somewhere on the road, Lauren, 5 days a week.
Everybody's talking about she's going on MSNBC now. Everybody's like, Kamala's up next.
I have a friend that used to be a reporter for TMZ. She tweeted out she's on there now. The most important thing she thought on was Kamala going on MSNBC.
Yeah.
But I'm going to
say something. Did she ever go on?
No, I do want to say something.
Well, Elizabeth Meltdown
when it comes to these
right
numbers, it's like on these margins. I think one thing that everybody has to keep in mind, that there's at least a quarter of the party, of the Republican Party, that is never Trump.
Right.
And even post him lock up the nomination, they were still voting 25% plus Nikki Haley.
Is this like the Lincoln Project kind of?
Wait. More than that.
No.
I'm gonna tell you why more than that, right?
I got text from some of them tonight.
The debate was in Georgia tonight, right? Former Governor Jeff Duncan is already Republicans for Biden.
Wait, hold up. Governor Brian Kemp
said
gave an interview yesterday saying, I did not vote for Trump in the primary.
No, and that should be on the commercial.
And then they said, who did you vote for? He went, not him.
Not him. And then most importantly,
he said, I ain't vote for nobody, but not him.
And most importantly,
Good point.
I think Kemp is more important. That shows that it's not just we never Trumpers that are voting against Trump. But more importantly, Governor Kemp has already shown that when it comes to Trump and Trumpism, he's willing to put the GOP on the sidelines. We saw Herschel Walker.
He's going to vote for him in the fall. That's what he said.
I promise you.
He said I didn't vote for him in the primary.
He didn't vote for him in the primary.
And that racist-ass Secretary of State is going to run for governor. Them white boys want the Klan. Brian Kemp is indistinguishable from that.
But 25% of the party, and that's Georgia's just representative. The same thing happened in Maryland. Same thing happened. 25% of the party voting against Donald Trump are not voting.
First of all, the first poll in Maryland, having also Brooks up by 11 was shocking to a lot of people.
Well, I mean, look.
The first poll in Maryland also Brooks up by 11 against Hope.
The issue is this. You got a quarter of the party that's not going to vote because of Trump topic. Then you got another third of the party that's never Hogan.
But here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. I talk about the importance of the vice president because the conversations that she's been having, a lot of mainstream media hasn't been covering, haven't been focused on, but
black media has.
But they have been effective.
Yeah.
But the point I'm making is there have been people on the inside, like for instance, when she made the comments about Israel, Gaza, in Selma, it got a very positive reaction. There were folks in the White House who were pissed.
Yep.
And it was like,
really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. Right. First of all, it got watered down, but because they were thinking not gonna be well received, it got well received and they were mad. I'm like, oh, that y'all knew what she was gonna say because y'all approved it. But the whole point is, you can't. To the people who are thinking about 28. Let me be real clear. You can't be thinking about 28 until you deal with 24. So if all y'all folks who try to figure out who your guy is gonna be in 28, you better focus on who gonna win in 24 because that's the most important thing.
So what's the strategy now for the black? I mean, you probably saw the New York Times yesterday where the governor of Maryland, Wes Moore, was like, all y'all down in them racist ass states, come to Maryland. In other words, he took on the governor of Louisiana straight up. Charles Wood wrote out. So who should be in the rotation?
Again, well, first of all,
he's going to Wisconsin tomorrow.
I'm not even dealing with.
Is he?
Here's the deal. I'm not even dealing with 28. Here's what has to be happening right now. Democrats have a very deep bench. You utilize your bench. You utilize your governor in Michigan.
What's happening?
Your Democratic governor in Pennsylvania. Your Democratic governor in Maryland. And you don't need to use Westmore in Maryland. You need Westmore in North Carolina. You need them in Georgia. Right. But what I'm saying is, it can't be Blacks for Biden roll out in Pennsylvania and you got all of them there and none of them speak.
No, I know.
No, you've got to activate them, and not just the black folks, but the white folks as well. You have a constellation of stars around Biden. We saw tonight, what the reality is, we know what he is.
We know what he is.
Use your folk around him to lift them up and to maximize it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, those people are not on the ballot. Okay. So what happens is with these campaigns is that enthusiasm, like with young people or anything else, is really driven by top of ticket. That's just the reality. And the top of the ticket right now is not particularly inspiring. So to someone's point with regard to consultants, that's really controlled by the donors. The donors are controlling those consultant decisions and where that money is spent.
Because the donors also say, use this person.
Go, right? So now, obviously, the vice president has been sabotaged. And I can tell you that from reading what I'm reading, not just from my text, but social media and commentary, there's a sort of a meltdown going on. I mean, there's like a Goldwater-Nixon conversation going on here about Joe Biden that to me is not something that can just be dismissed. Now, maybe it goes away with the holiday, July 4th coming up. But I'm saying there's some serious discussion here about brokered conventions and open conventions and all sorts of
I'm not going to dismiss them. I'm not going to dismiss them. But I also remember, again, after that first debate in 2012, you had, the crying and the whining and the moaning was unbelievable.
But keep in mind,
and that was Obama.
Keep in mind the conversation.
Social media wasn't what it is today, though. The way that
but the Democratic whining was
is weaponized today is vastly different. It is weaponized on a level that is just.
But keep in mind, Biden, as long as Biden's people,
so it doesn't matter.
As long as Biden's people are in control of the decisions, they're in control of sabotaging the vice president and keeping her under wraps and all that other nonsense.
I understand.
And so people want to change in the leadership and the decision making when they want to change the candidate.
But the people who have not been wanting to use her are now going to be like, oh shit, we better use her. Rebecca.
Let's speak two truths here. Number one, there are forces that are willing to sacrifice 2024 for 2028. That's why the race in 2020.
They'll get paid for 5 years.
Absolutely.
Black people gonna get fucked.
But they'll be paid for 5 years.
But wait. The race against Kamala Harris started the moment that Biden got inaugurated. The best thing that Biden did was finally, after 2 years, say he was running, and then the chatter about Vice President Kamala Harris went away. People know that if Biden gets reelected and he steps aside, then Vice President Kamala Harris has the advantage of incumbency. You still have people that are resentful that a black woman went first, even though they had all kinds of
Or if they win re-election, she's in a stronger position to run 28 as vice president.
Exactly, either one. But, so there's one side of the coin.
Right.
The other side of the coin, let's speak more truth, is that the Biden people don't want anybody to outshine Obama.
Exactly.
So that means that Vice President Kamala Harris has been sidelined.
The Biden people don't want anybody to outshine Obama.
No, I'm sorry. They don't want anybody to outshine Biden.
Okay, I was like,
Biden. Sorry, I said that wrong.
No, that's cool.
Let's speak truth.
Okay.
The Biden people are hardcore Biden loyalists. They do not want anybody to outshine Biden, which is very easy to do.
First of all,
so that's why, hold on. So that's why Vice President Kamala Harris has been sidelined for all these years, and that's why they're not maximizing the surrogates, and that might be why Vice President Kamala Harris might not have a problem with that, because it's easy for her in 2028 if you don't have all these superstars shining right now. So there's a lot of forces at play, and we have to be honest about that.
First of all, the reality is they have to win 24 if she got any shot in 28.
That's true.
Bottom line.
Yeah,
Bottom
that's
line.
true.
They don't win in 24.
Then she's not a
No shot in 28.
By 28. Should I think
What?
She would, yeah.
Okay, she not white. Okay, I'm dealing with reality. I ain't dealing with hypothetical. She not. So I'm just saying. But Rebecca.
It's the same racism that sabotaged
I got that.
Okay, I'm just
I
making
got
statements.
that. Look, I'm telling you right now. 28. Do you know who's going to be the darling in 28?
Newsom.
No.
Westmore.
Westmore.
I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now. You can go ahead, even if he wins, but go ahead and write it down. Here's the thing to me, Rebecca, that's stupid. What Reese said. Okay, you got folks say, I don't want to outshine Biden. That's stupid.
No, Biden doesn't.
No. What I'm saying is, if your thought process is, we don't want anybody to outshine Biden, it's called winning.
Yeah.
Now, I don't give a damn. This is like in sports. I don't give a damn if you got 30 carries and I only got 5. Did we win the national championship?
Come on.
Yep.
Did we win? If anybody is tripping about outshining anybody, no, I need everybody shining. I need everybody. Because the point is to win. And that's why I'm not freaking out on what happened tonight. I understand the pure evil that is coming. I understand the literal evil we're faced with. So I'm not freaking out again because he stumbled over some words. I'm not freaking out because what was on the other side was a devil worshiper.
Yes, sir.
Lie with a straight face.
Did I hear you say?
So here's the
One
thing.
second.
I just had a question. Okay.
Come back.
So here's the thing. Even with building on what Reese is saying here, we're talking about winning and power as if it's synonymous. Winning and power is not synonymous in the game that we're watching unfold. The thing about Biden getting reelected is Article 25. If you think Biden is feeble today, imagine what he's going to be like in the next 4 years.
Right.
So there are Democrats who do not want Kamala Harris to become president because of Article 25, because that means 2028 she's running for her re-election or for her first
term technically.
First term technically, right? We know that is a possibility. Democrats don't want to say that out loud, but if we're speaking truth to power, then let's speak truth to power. Damn. But if we're also talking about power here, and we're talking about Project 2025, there are Democrats who want the outcome of Project 2025. Can we be honest about that? Because Project 2025 is about cementing white power in this country as this white political class is becoming a white minority class. You talk about it in white fear, but we could also go back to Reconstruction and look at all of the writings that came out of Reconstruction warning us 155 years ahead of time, this is what you all are about to do. So now we could go across the globe to South Africa and look at the ANC. So you mean to tell me you literally have...
sneak in there here and put their white power.
You literally mean that you have this white political class as a minority that ran apartheid in South Africa, who confused black people in South Africa, that they should topple the
in this
ANC?
last election.
That's what's going on. That's what I'm saying. Winning does not equal power.
So let me say,
this is about power.
So if you want to understand, remember I said how they have to use her? She just go on MSNBC. She also went on CNN.
Did she?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's been on
Twitter is like, that's the whole conversation.
You saying this is the Democrats saying shit?
Easy. This is called. This is called. So what was with Key and Peele? They had the Obama translator. No. What this was, that was fucked. Get the VP out there.
They have no choice now.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Now it's 4 years.
Right. So now it's like, oh, now we got, because
they could have cultivated
listen,
this entire time.
Look, I'm telling y'all. Look, the economic empowerment tour, she's driving that. That was her idea. Okay, that was not, and so what you're dealing with, you're dealing with people who want to play all these different games. And what I'm saying for us, I ain't no strategist. I ain't in the White House. I ain't never identified as a Democrat. I'm a black man. And my deal is, I don't give a damn about nobody's personal agenda. My personal agenda is black people. And I ain't nowhere in hell, Mustafa, I want the devil worshiper holding the keys to power.
No question.
And so that's why I'm not sitting here freaking out. I'm not sitting here like some of these other black people. I know evil when I see evil. And that man is pure as evil.
No question.
Yeah. I mean, that's true. We know that there is both this physical set of things that are going on. There's also a spiritual set of things that are going on. And we are spiritual people, so we need to understand the dynamics that are playing out. The antidote to what is going on, we've already been talking about. Kamala Harris is the most talented person who's currently in the Biden administration. I say that because I have sat with secretaries, administrators, and there are other talented people. She's the only person that I've seen, besides the EPA administrator. He's really good. Michael Regan is very good.
Don't sleep on him.
She did.
Hot mic.
And I want to make sure. Right. I want to make sure they know that came from this side and not here.
Really know?
Yeah.
Really know?
And I love my brother. I've known him since he was a student. You know, the interesting thing is that she's the person who can not only articulate the talking points, but also bring it home to what is actually happening on the ground. And that's not a skill that many people have. She can talk about a number of the different projects, how dollars are flowing and how they're making a change. And if you can't do that, then people are not going to see themselves reflected in the billions of dollars that went out there. And that's the winning formula. And I don't know why people don't get it. So if you want to talk about Wisconsin, you want to talk about Michigan, you want to talk about Pennsylvania, you want to talk about these states, then give real world examples of how those dollars have gotten to the hands of people. Who started their own businesses because they got those resources? Who was able to change the dynamics, whether it's around education or the environment or housing or a number of these other things that people have said that they care about, but yet they only hear theoretical conversations and not the real world. Here is John, here is Raheem, here is Shahiba, who's been able to actually change whatever these things are. And if you're not willing to do that, and you're not willing to put the people out there who can actually articulate the message and have some authenticity to them, then it's just another political process. So if you want to win, you got to do it.
I want to speak, earlier we talked about black men and strength. And I've seen that, I read that. And I remember seeing an article in 2000. It was a barbershop in Philadelphia, and one of the brothers said, yeah, I like George W. Bush because he projects strength. Even though I don't like what he's going to do, he's strong. And I think what people have to understand, first of all, anybody who thinks that's not an issue doesn't understand men, okay? So there's a reason white men, there's a reason Hispanic men, in terms of how they look at Trump. A lot of men don't like empathy. A lot of men don't like in terms of when Biden begins to tear up talking about his son. But again, this is where I go back to explain to people, okay, you can be enamored, Eugene, with strength, but you might want to be listening to what the strong man is saying and what he is going to do. Because I'll never forget 1984, Reagan runs for president, and all of these young white college students, boy, they were like, Reagan, Reagan, Reagan. And I swear, 2 weeks after the election, when his ass cut financial aid, them same folk were crying. And I never forget, because my dad watches news like all the damn time. He watches news more than I do. And I was sitting there going, look at your asses out there crying now. But they were just yelling, oh, Reagan, Reagan, Reagan. But they were crying 2 weeks later when he slashed Pell Grants and everything. You weren't listening to what he was saying. You were tripping on him on that horse.
I have a national security point to what you're saying.
Okay, Eugene, then you.
So the thing is this, right? There are some black men that are on this whole Trump thing. They like his swagger, like his strength or whatever. But 100% have to listen to what he's saying. You know, he got up there and talked about criminal justice reform. Let us not forget, the first act, his first criminal justice act was nominating Jefferson Beauregard Sessions as Attorney General. And Jeff Sessions, what was his first thing to do? All these little consent decrees in Baltimore and every other racist police department that had them, let's throw them out the window.
That's right.
You know,
and it was a federal judge that said, no, we are not getting rid of this consent decree. And Jeff Sessions then gave a speech where he said, we need to pull back on these consent decrees. And then when he got out, Bill Barr said, we need to pull back because it's hurting the morale of police.
Yeah, which in turn, hey, Trump's first action was to literally put black men's lives.
And then what did also Trump say? Y'all should have the soundbite when Trump said, I am going to give immunity to all these cops to allow them to do their jobs.
100%. So one more time, you have to listen to what these strong men, which typically end up being dictators or authoritarians in some way, shape, or form. Trump is on that route. Trump is on that path.
No question.
And the thing is this, if you hand him a Republican, well, he's there, but you still have a Congress that's want to stand up to him to some degree. But if you hand him a Republican Senate, hold on, wait.
Rebecca, like, really?
Wait, hold on, wait. Nancy Pelosi. Congress that blew up the border. Nancy Pelosi. 2000.
No, hold up. But we say a Congress. First of all, they control the House right now. Okay, they could very well win the Senate.
Yes.
So what we're looking at is for the people again at home who don't think this thing is real, they potentially could control all three branches of government. And that is real. That is real.
Very much.
The thing is this, right? In 2016 going into 2017, we were lucky that Trump was dumb as fuck, Paul Ryan was inexperienced, and Mitch McConnell is decrepit.
And we were lucky that there were
John McCain.
And we were lucky that there were sane people who were sane people who were around Trump who put guardrails in.
Until they quit.
Right, but there will be no sane people this time. So people need to understand. People need to understand. There will not be a General John Kelly. There will not be a Mattis.
Right.
There will not be.
Think about this. Think about what foreign policy would have been if there's no Rex Tillerson that first year.
Yeah, absolutely. Rex Tillerson, same thing. So you want to make a point about strong. Well, no. Even though Rex Tillerson was the greatest person, the bottom line is even Rex Tillerson knew this guy was an idiot, and he was like, "What the hell? We got this guy leading us for?" Go ahead.
Well, I want to make a point about V. POTUS in the context of national security and foreign policy in the world in which I sit. And I, as a hard security person, I have a lot of these hard conversations with people in the community. And the one thing that stands out, especially for military folk, is that they want a leader who they believe is strong. They want a leader who they believe that they can get behind. And right now, many of them do not think it's V. POTUS. Now, I am in a lot of different conversations like, okay, well, tell me more. Why do you think that she wouldn't be capable? They feel that maybe she isn't tested. And the thing that makes her endearing to a lot of people with the laughing and the dancing, a lot of military folks, you have to understand, the security world is very different. Yeah. We deal with the real world in a way that most Americans don't have a clue about. Okay, so you need to know when you wake up in the morning and you are serving your commander-in-chief, that commander-in-chief can look Vladimir Putin in the eye and say, oh, you want to go? Let's go, right? So people are worried about, okay, what is escalation going to look like in Ukraine? What is the relationship of Vladimir Putin and North Korea going to look like? You know, what is the relationship? What is the multilateral relationship going to look like between North Korea, Russia, and China? What is that going to look like? So there are all of these things that we think about very differently every day, that there are people in the community who simply aren't convinced yet that V. POTUS is the person to lead the country. Wait a minute, let me finish.
That's a long way of saying she's a black woman and we question everything.
And she's a woman.
Let me finish. However, she has been showing up. She has been in Munich. She has been touring the world. She has been stepping in when POTUS has, when POTUS has been doing other things. She absolutely has been reframing what's been going on her side of things, and she has been, filling the void.
So let's remind everybody 2008. Why was Joe Biden Obama's pick for vice president?
The foreign policy.
There we go.
In 2008,
he was the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee.
In 2008, what Wisconsin said, we don't know how it's going to be on the national stage, so we need somebody with some significant foreign policy experience to be his backup. And it needs to be a white guy. Then it was like, oh, we need a white guy too to go talk to the white people in Pennsylvania and Indiana and the flyover states. I mean, so we need Scranton Joe. And so, who was head of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee? Joe Biden. Who was on the committee with him? Obama. They said the exact same thing. But we also got to understand this here. We also talk about the people who are against Vice President Kamala Harris. The United States and black people need to also deal with this reality, but they don't want to deal with it. America is as sexist as it is racist. It is. America absolutely has been a racist country. It's also a sexist ass country. This is a country where even women are sexist against women.
That's true.
And so think. I mean, people gotta understand. England, Pakistan, the Philippines, Israel, India, Germany. They've all had female leaders.
Mexico.
Argentina, Mexico got a president.
Liberia.
Liberia. This country.
But nobody with enough bombs.
This country is like, I don't know about one. So that is a reality that we're dealing with as well.
That's true.
And also, I mean, Secretary Clinton, Secretary Rice, I mean, these are very strong women who have stepped into these roles where you have to deal with these types of personalities, right? So to say that a woman can't have, the top job is completely false.
You just said you need the military to win.
I think so, yeah.
That's what happened with that. She got vital. Because we have a stupid press. You can't underestimate that.
Well, yeah, the folks at Media Matters did a whole breakdown of how many stories were done on Joe Biden's mental abilities compared to Trump, and it wasn't even close just how ridiculous it was. Greg, go ahead.
No, can I ask you, Doc, about this? Because we saw, and you know more about this than any of us, Putin in North Korea a couple weeks ago, North Korea and China, a Trump presidency, given that he's a wholly owned subsidiary of whatever flits across his mind, what does it look like in terms of those three together?
It's new axis of evil.
No, but I'm trying to get it out. What's the foreign policy?
And Iran produced
Hold on.
Thank you, Roland.
Answer the question.
Talk about it, please.
It's a horrifying reality because Trump isn't a strong. He blusters, but he's not strong, nor is he smart.
He's actually weak as hell.
He's not smart and he's not strong. So he's going to let these people do whatever it is that they want to do. In as much as perhaps it didn't look like that President Joe Biden was strong tonight, the intricacies of what's happening around the world, the way that the U.S. is literally holding up the damn wall, and I literally mean that, so the world will not crumble. What people forget, and I said this at the State of the Union when we were all here, Joe Biden is not the president of Israel. Joe Biden is not the president of China. Joe Biden is not the president of Russia. He is the president of the United States, and he is dealing with personalities who want to take over the United States position.
And that's why he said tonight when he said, wait a minute, I'm the one that pulled 50 countries together.
Let me tell you something. That is not easy to do. We turned on a very rusty, old World War II post-Cold War machine.
No question.
It was rusty. It wasn't working. We had completely moved on. We were so integrated with trade. We thought we were beyond where we are today. No one was thinking about international institutions. The UN was all but this old rusty thing that existed. Joe Biden and Secretary of Defense Austin, what they have been able to do to rally countries around the world to support Ukraine when the United States of America, when our Congress and our Senate could not get it done. It was the work of those two men and a lot of other people supporting their work as to why Ukraine was able to stay armed to keep Russia back.
You mentioned the military community that you're in and the national security community.
I should say national security.
National security community having their doubts about Kamala Harris. But if they had a choice between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, what would they choose? Who would they choose? The national security.
I said, here's why. Here's why. Because you have to understand when you talk about the military community. The military community wants to be military first.
Yeah, true.
See, this is military first. And so Trump's deal is, again, he's completely transactional. His whole deal is, what y'all want? All right, give it to him. So remember, the same military community, even when Obama was there, they hated Biden because Biden challenged them too often.
Oh, yeah.
And he should have.
And he knew
our government was set up civilian control. So, because that's.
It's not
listen,
so much Trump more than it's.
They are Republic.
Their idea of strength.
Yes, and for them, strength is.
So they don't support Biden either.
No, go to military bases around the world and see what network is on TV.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I know. But I mean, she's in, and she was. I just want to,
I'm telling you what it is. It's Donald Trump. They are, military people are typically going to be more conservative because Republicans are hawks. Republicans are very much about blow their ass up, take them all out, as opposed to diplomacy.
I'm going to tell you what the perspective is. I'll keep it a buck. There are a lot of people in the community that believe that the president is being played by both Zelensky and Netanyahu.
Of course. Of course. But how?
Are you talking military or the intelligence community?
The intelligence.
Which one?
First of all, it's all one big community.
So what happens with Xi Jinping and Kim and Putin?
But on some stuff they together.
I mean,
yeah.
But here's the deal, But here's the deal that Biden is factoring in, and he talked about it tonight. If you do not support Ukraine, and Putin goes on the march, the NATO alliance requires us.
Right.
If a NATO country is attacked, it requires us to intervene militarily. So all these, I got black people sitting here, all this $200 billion going to Ukraine, and I go, tell me how much money was spent in Afghanistan. Tell me how much money was spent in Iran, and I'm trying to get y'all to understand that billions of dollars are going, trillions of dollars are going to be spent if we enter a war, and who's going? And American
this is another messaging problem because it isn't just like money we're sending to them.
It's material, it's physical things,
security packages,
and jobs for Americans.
Security packages are not just like this big bundle of money that we're sending. A lot of this is us raiding our old stores and sending a lot of weapons, and it's a lot more complicated. But here's the thing: it's easy to say.
Yeah.
We're sending $200 billion while inflation is rising. It's easy to say that, and it's sexy on social media. That's an easy talking point. No one cares about the details.
They don't even realize, though, the money being allocated. Biden said tonight, actually, he said,
it's jobs for Americans.
He said the money's actually going to military contractors in the United States.
Right.
But people don't want to hear that detail.
Right.
The thing here, again, first of all, I don't believe for a second this election turns on foreign policy. It doesn't.
No.
Reese said at the top.
Hell no.
No, even God. No, it's not.
Like a third
it's
or
not.
fourth thing
It's
people
not.
care about, and it's
not.
18 or 24-year-olds who
to me about technicality.
It's not. When you look at the polling data,
Michigan.
Okay. Overall, you look at in terms of what is driving.
And Dearborn.
Here's what I think is going to be one of the biggest things where the Biden can benefit from. Every single one of these major corporations, they now have to cut down prices because people have been rebelling, and now they're like, oh shit. So Walmart, Target, all these companies like, oh shit, we got to cut down prices because they've been making fat profits. And now people are like, you know what? I'm not going to your damn store because your price is too high.
Exactly.
So what they have? So what has been a driving factor of inflation? High food prices.
Yep.
And so these things are happening. Again, Biden will never get credit. He does not get credit for it, but he absolutely outsmarted OPEC when it came to oil. Yep. Okay, and forced them into the same thing. And so gas would be normally higher than what it is right now, but he outsmarted them with that. This is the piece where, and I keep going back to Reagan in the wheelchair, FDR in a wheelchair, Reagan on a horse. The benefit, how does America benefit from a Joe Biden being in the White House? It's not rallies. It's not speeches. It's the literal experience of politics and diplomacy. It's true. It's the shit that gets done that we don't even see.
Absolutely, 1,000%.
You cannot pass that, and it was a great thing, but they didn't know how to message it. They literally passed a shitload of bills in 3 years. Massive bills.
That first quarter.
That they, again, a senior administration official says to me that we were so focused on passing the bills that we actually forgot to sell them after we got them. Because as soon as we got it passed, we were trying to pass the next one.
Move on to the next.
So that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at what you doing behind closed doors. I'm looking at what are you achieving? And the problem is, with Lauren, when I came to you first, when we were talking about after the debate, so many people look at the theatrics, the performative aspect of president, as opposed to what did your ass actually
And unfortunately, inflation is real.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, obviously we look at the theatrics. The theatrics do matter. I mean, it mattered for JFK against Nixon. It's mattered for a lot of people. But I think in this particular example, it's...
And even in fact, legislatively, JFK shit was real light. Go ahead.
But I think it's deeper than theatrics with regard to what we saw tonight, because the mental acuity question is real. It is real. So when you trail off at the end of your sentences and you can't remember things, that's a little bit more than theatrics. But I get it. The substance is on Biden's side. We know that. We know that the substance is on his side. We know that a lunatic could get in there for another 4 years, a dangerous person, I mean, to say the least. But that couch issue that you always bring up, Roland, is real. And the more the couch wins, Biden loses. And what we saw tonight, I think, is just dangerous. And open talk about switching candidates or Gavin Newsom. Forget about whether it can happen. I don't think it can. I think you're right about that. I think it's a fantasy thing. But the fact that people are openly talking and Donna Brazile has to tweet things like, no, Biden is our candidate, everybody, quiet down. That, to me, is problematic. It's problematic.
I resign myself that there are going to be some Democrats who are going to be calling for another person to run on Monday, the night before the election.
Realize this is not.
I mean, because it's just.
This is not. You're right. This is not though something that just happened tonight. I remember when he did the retreat, there was a worry. This was months ago.
Yep.
When he did the retreat and he was reading cue cards, the members were really worried about that. They kept that pretty much under wraps. It really didn't get into the press much. But the point is, the fact that that's even being discussed on a serious level 132 days before the election, I get that there's time.
So what happens with the down the road? Will there be a vice presidential debate?
Yes.
Yes.
And what does that look like? Does that increase it in
Well, Trump got 2 weeks to pick a VP.
I mean, whenever that is, we'll know there will eventually be one.
Listen, I absolutely believe there's a vice presidential debate.
Yeah.
Absolutely, I believe there's going to be the case. And if you're talking about, again, is it Byron Donalds? Is it?
Nope.
Is it J.D. Vance?
It's gonna be Burgum.
Is it?
It's going to be Burgum.
I think it's going to be Burgum. Yeah, I think it's going to be her.
Literally white man. That's his name.
He's a rich guy. He's rich. He's rich. He's rich. I think it's what's going to be.
Yeah.
I think so. So you got that there. All these people, and I'm going to say something that again, a bunch of Democratic people are tripping about, and I'm going to say, the people are like, oh my God, there can't be a September 10th debate. Disagree. My deal is, I'm putting them out there. Because no, I am. No, here's why. Here's why.
It'll be a hurricane anyway in September.
Here's why. No, here's why.
Please.
Here's why. This is. I believe his folks made a big mistake in the last 18 months by severely limiting interviews, things along those lines. Severely limiting news conference, things along those lines. There's a difference between doing one every 2 months, doing one every 3 months, and doing nothing at all. The reality is, I'm not gonna run away from something, I'm gonna run to something. I'm gonna sit here and go, this is June, okay? The convention is gonna be over August 23rd, 24th. All right, I'm gonna go somewhere, hit the road that weekend, and the reality is that debate is September 10th. Because here's the, if you then go, oh no, you're actually gonna exacerbate the problem, okay? And I would rather, at the end of the day, guess what? Here's the whole deal. But here's the deal, you can't do that again, but you're gonna make matters worse if you say, no, we're gonna run from it completely. You are fucking running.
But they've been
so you're gonna have to run.
They've been trying to hide him the whole time. You saw what happened in...
Loss, not just an individual loss. If they couldn't prepare him for this one, how are they going to be able to prepare him in September?
Here's the whole deal. You can't. Okay. So all right. So during tonight's debate, Nola was going crazy, not because she having heat flashes over there, but because every time he went 1, 2, 3, Nola went, stop the fucking counting. That's a quote, right?
I did not say the F word. For anyone who might be listening.
Lying.
She looked all around for the bug.
So when your answer to everything is 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
One.
Was he fact of the matter is
1, that's not natural.
Yep.
2, it's like robotic.
It is for him.
Yeah.
That's how he talks like that all the time.
No, but what I'm saying...
He couldn't remember his third.
So what I'm saying is...
Fact of the matter
so what that means, you were memorizing.
Right.
As opposed to, no, just take a point and then build off of that.
Isolate it.
Right.
So I believe there's a thing called over-preparing somebody.
He was over-prepared,
Anti.
Go ahead.
over-prepared, over-rehearsed. With no plan B. That was my issue. Democrats do a bad job of gaming out all the scenarios. They only game out the I'm gonna follow the rules scenario. That's where Obama got fucked the first debate against Mitt Romney because he was ill-prepared for the fact that Mitt Romney got up there and lied his ass off. Trump wasn't the first person to lie his ass off in the debate. It was actually Mitt Romney who got up there and just flat out said lies.
And so your point about following the rules is when they say time's up, they stop.
Yeah.
Versus Trump, like, I'm just gonna keep talking and I don't even give a damn.
Like people gonna vote on the rules.
I dare you to cut the microphone off.
I'm the president. I'm gonna continue my speech.
But if you actually break this debate, what were Biden's strongest moments? It was, that son bitch just pissed me off, Mustafa.
Yeah.
And that's when, if you go back and play it, Trump's like, he like, oh no, I'm gonna deal with you. Now, that's one of those deals where you prepare somebody, but you say, you're gonna have to still be organic and natural and listen to a response and then come back and respond.
Yeah.
And that to me, and so when I look at some of the things that happened tonight, you're right, you said earlier, he didn't bring up the Project 2025. Right. He didn't bring up, you got indicted in this very state for trying to steal the election in this state.
No.
He did.
He also, there was something else.
Joe didn't show
there was something else. Well, but again, though.
10 minutes did he bring up the fact that they killed the immigration bill.
Right. Actually, and he never, when, even the 2 or 3 times early in immigration, he didn't say, we had a great bill. Led by Republican Langford in Oklahoma. You told them to kill it because you wanted to run on it. You're proving it right now.
That's right.
So I think the reason I say you absolutely have a debate September 10th, and then because you are running, you can't run away from the reality that you're running. You're the nominee. I would rather put my guy back out and prepare him differently and make sure his ass got a voice.
Right.
Yes. What?
Sleep.
Okay, monitor him the whole time and like, yo, you gonna have if I gotta cut some practice short so you can hold your voice and I got some singer's throat spray, keep that around. Then I would rather do that than run away from it and now it's, oh, what are you scared of? What are you scared of? What are you scared of? Debate him September 10th, don't debate him again, focus on the campaign, but I think it'd be crazy as hell for them to skip September 10th. I just think you're gonna create a bigger problem.
Remember, they've been sort of hiding him up until this point. We haven't seen a whole lot of rallies and a whole lot of events. Of course, we saw the thing in Philly where finally the vice president was standing there. So there was already sort of an effort not to have him out. You see the New York Times complaining about not getting an interview, but that's part of it. And I don't know that you can repeat that. I don't think you can risk that again. I'll just say that.
You also got to keep in mind that the media doesn't cover his rallies the same way they cover a Trump rally. Right. They cover, well, no, he does, but they cover Trump events and hope that he does or say something crazy that they can run with. Right. Whereas Biden's rallies are just normal, regular rallies.
They're not going to because right, there you go. It's boring. Yeah. They know, oh, shit show. Oh, absolutely. That's why they'll show an empty podium until he shows up because that's how they operate. Wow. You know, so we're gonna final run around here. Again, we already see the freaking out. We already see all of that. We already see what's going on. All of that's being driven by the Democratic side. If you on the Republican side, I'll start with you, Eugene, and I'll go around. Again, you got a guy who straight up lied the whole time. Yep. Made up all kind of different stuff. And he got under his skin. If you are Republicans, did he say anything tonight that would make a never Trump or independent voter say, you know what? I'm gonna vote for him.
Fuck no. I mean, if I'm looking at like what Biden's biggest line of the night, right? When he read him for filth, he dog walked him across the stage. I mean, I could literally hear, Kendrick's "You Lied" at the end of every one of Biden's bars. I mean, if I was talking to Barron and Ivanka, I'm like, I'm sorry that man's your father, your grandfather should have wore a condom. Like, that's where we are as a never Trumper.
Family matters?
Yes, family matters. That's where we're at this point. Meet the Grands, meet the Trumps. Yeah. Like, that's where we're at this point. So, no, he said nothing. And then the other thing is this, like, I've seen, like, Republicans split, right? I'm in a couple group chats still. I've been banned from most of them. They said, fuck you, get out of here. And, I said, okay, cool, I'm out. But the thing is this, I'm seeing half the folks are looking at this soberly, like, okay, well, Trump lied. He can't, like, he didn't move the needle. The other half are like, well, Biden lost. And it's not that Trump won, but Biden lost. Yeah. It's like he fucked it up for himself. But as a never Trumper, and it is never Trump, it's been never Trump. I tell my Democrat friends, you guys have voted against him twice. I voted against him 4 times at this point. So, for me, it's never Trump. Never Trump now, never Trump forever. Because it's just not, when I became Republican, it's just not what I signed up for.
I got to deal with this right now. Even with Biden's performance tonight and Trump's constant lies, the flat-out biggest loser tonight was CNN.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
How
was it
atrocious?
How?
I mean, what's the standard? They
No. What I mean is
there is no standard.
I mean is Lauren. Stephen, just stop. Just walk in. Come on, give me the microphone. Don't just stand up. Come on. Yeah, just get the microphone. We ain't gotta be high, sliding, walk on the crowd, crawling. Yeah, done. Here's the thing for me, Lauren. How do you do a debate and announce we ain't gonna live fact check?
Right.
Yeah, that's
damn.
Yeah, see, the problem is, and we've discussed this on the show a million times, the job of the media is to protect the truth, period, end of story. Now, the media is in a failing business model. They're desperate for traffic. They're desperate for clicks. CNN wants this lunatic, crazy person to be president again so they can make money. That's what you're seeing. So now we have a debate, and this part is not Joe Biden's fault, where somebody can sit there and lie all night long with no fact check. They had their fact-checking correspondent
on
Twitter, and they're not even using his content. And Jake Tapper Tapper and Dana Bash sat there and let Trump lie all night long.
When did they make that decision? How did that come about?
No, they publicly announced it.
Yeah,
that wasn't an agreement between the campaigns.
No, that was a CNN decision.
Being lazy. CNN being lazy.
That was a CNN decision.
That's
and they also trying to get that other demographic.
No, but here's the deal, though. That was I forgot there was a question Jake Tapper asked. I cannot remember it right now. Where the premise of the question was a lie.
Yep, it sure was.
Right.
I was like,
Yeah.
your question is a lie.
Right.
Their questions were framed as negatively as possible towards Biden, and then they were framed neutral when the truth is very much not neutral towards Trump.
Right.
Well, for instance, Dana Bash's question with regards to first of all, let's just be real. The black question it was like.
Right.
Okay, let's throw a black question in.
And it was on criminality.
Right.
So that's the other problem.
She asked this question and go, okay, so black unemployment lowest, but black this, black. Okay, black health is here, black wealth is here, black this whole deal. What you gonna do about it? Do you know what I did not hear, Mr. Trump? What did you do about it?
Right.
It was literally that question was literally a question solely for Biden.
Right.
Trump got to respond to Biden's answer. He focused on immigration, but it wasn't a question, let's deal with your ass.
Right.
For instance, why couldn't the question be, Donald Trump, you've been consistently saying how you funded HBCUs. According to the budgets that you presented in 3 years, there was a cut of HBCU funds. Can you explain you saying you guaranteed funding when budgets that you submitted cut funding? No, that wasn't it. See, that's the other thing that I think people have to understand when you're watching your debate. It was how questions were even being framed.
They were framed.
But they straight up, Mustafa, allowed lies to be told and didn't say, that's not true, that's not true.
Right.
They just allowed the lie just to keep, and then, so I guess one of the CNN people said, our aim was to allow both candidates, I'm paraphrasing, our aim was to allow both candidates to be able to offer their views in America and for the people to decide. Fuck that!
No, they've done this before. They did this before in the one-on-one.
So their aim was to have a reality debate.
Yeah.
Instead of a presidential debate. It's because they understood that would drive viewership, that would drive revenue.
Right.
That would also allow for there to be all the clips that tomorrow will be, and tonight, that will be on, all the various social media platforms. So they know what sells. So it wasn't about the truth. It wasn't, like Lauren said, about the responsibility that the press has. It is really about garnering more viewership and not really worrying about the integrity of what this is supposed to be about.
It's worse than that because it's about the media conceding that the truth doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Because if the truth mattered, you would work to interrupt the candidate and say, you're lying. They're too lazy to do that. That is the profession of journalism to me is sort of over. There's no standards.
It's not just lazy. CNN has been trying to. Fox is wearing everybody out in the ratings.
Yeah.
Only because the people who watch Fox have the most time spent watching. They never turn the TV off. CNN is still trying to get some of that audience to compete. So that's what you do. You can't go after Trump and steal some of Fox audience.
Is it working? They're at a record low.
No, it's not working. But they're going to keep trying. They're going to keep trying.
Scared of the way that Trump has worked the refs. He's been trashing Jake Tapper, trashing Dana Bash. They are more scared of Republicans' backlash to overly fact-checking a person who's going to lie and say than they are from Democrats saying that you didn't do enough. And they make the calculation that we can sit up here and we can allow Trump propaganda to be spewed unchecked, and we're not going to get penalized more by this side versus that side.
Watch as Biden gives them the business. He brings it to them. And they stab him in the back and prop up Trump.
I just don't understand the lie. Monique Fresh is sitting over here. Is she mic'd up?
Where's Monique?
Y'all got a mic?
Where is she?
All right, mic her up. So the thing here, is Stacey still here? All right, so Stacey with NNPA, Stacey Brown was here. I was gonna just grab him for a second. Yo, she might, come on, give her a mic, do something. So the thing, again, the problem that I have, and this has nothing to do with, because I've seen some of the posts where they said Biden misstated some things, that Biden wasn't truthful in a couple of things. You correct that. I just don't think, I believe it is grossly irresponsible. Just roll the chair over. Come on, just come on. I just put the chair right, put it over here between Mustafa and Rebecca. The thing for me that ticks me off, again, I just fundamentally have a problem in media with people allowing lies to be told in their presence and no one corrects them, Greg. That pisses me off.
Well, you must be mad all the time then, because
I am.
I mean, it was truly remarkable to see. I mean, and as you explained to us, and Reese's in here like, it seemed like Trump is going over 2 minutes.
Right.
But you said he was talking fast. That's why.
No, so what happened was, again, they were timing it. The reality is, and that was a variety tweet. They were like, Trump sounded confident, blah, 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 blah. So because he wasn't pausing, because he wasn't speaking slow, because it was the same time. When a person speaks slow and they're sort of stammering and so you like, well, shit, like, come on, like it feels way longer. And remember that a bunch of times they were like, Mr. President, you got 40 seconds left.
And that's really where I was going. To the point you're raising, when they did pause short of their time, a couple of times Dana Bash tried to come back around to the original question, but there was no attempt at all to get them to answer the damn question.
Right, and that was the problem. And that was. I'm gonna ask a question. You got 2 minutes. Oh, you want to spend your 2 minutes on something else? I'm gonna let you go ahead and do it. What's the whole point of the question?
Which begs the question: why were there moderators? They could have just put a question on the wall. They could have read it, and then you cut the mics off in the control.
Right.
You don't need moderators.
Absolutely. I'm gonna bring in.
She said, put a question on the wall.
Right. Like straight up, like we need y'all there.
Right. What do they do?
Monique, I'll say this here. If that was, I hate to use the phrase "woke up," but if there was a moment after the first 30 minutes. That was a moment where I thought Biden woke up.
Yeah.
So when they got to Roe v. Wade.
Yeah.
I mean, that's when, now initially, it wasn't strong. But as that conversation kept going, he got stronger and stronger and better. I just thought that was that. I thought the first 30 minutes of debate, like, what the hell's going on? Then you begin to see, I would say that middle section was probably his strongest part of the night. Thoughts?
Right. So the definition of a psychopath, right, is one who does not wish to delineate at all between right and wrong. They don't have a moral compass. So when you're looking for clear conviction, it is absent because they have an underlying mental condition that prevents them from following any path that would reflect morality or righteousness. Now, many psychopaths are also compulsive pathological liars. And that means that they don't know the difference between right and wrong because they're not interested in it. They are deviant in that they're not wired that way. And they spend years upon decades of their life turning it into psychopathy, right? And so then when they are compulsive liars, it means that they consistently opt for falsehoods because to them, it is all the same. They have lied for so long that the lies come out just as easily and there's no thought necessary. Like some people you can see when they have to think of a lie, whereas people who are compulsive liars and
I done said that boy lie by the lie.
Because there is a seamless flow to the lying.
So
right?
when I see these people go on, well, Trump had conviction authority. Yes, because his ass was lying.
No, when you don't have any gates, right? What you do. So it would be, for instance, if I sat here and I said, and I was with Beyonce last week and we were singing and we sang all the songs and people said, they said that I sang better than Beyonce. Actually, everybody said it. Everybody said that if I had just chosen a different career path, if I wasn't busy being president right now. I mean, I know I'm talking to you all, but actually I'm running the country because Joe Biden, as you can see, he's not up for it. VP, who knows where she is? It's me, Monique. I'm running it, and I'm just telling you I'm running it now.
Awful. The economy,
we
awful.
had
My
clean water. My water was the best.
Most pristine water known to mankind.
We had H2O then, and now we only have CO2. We have CO2.
What was it that he said that I've done? It was something more than any other president in American history. It was something where
he funded all the HBCUs more than any.
No, it was something else. It was like no other president in American history has done more than me. I'm sitting there going.
Was it an environment?
It was air and water.
Something.
It was
He did it on multiple things. He did it on HBCUs, a military, on the environment, and then I think there was like something else he
did
said.
No, it's not a question of a belief. There is no belief system.
It's a burning conviction.
You can hold the Bible upside down and say 2 Corinthians because you're not interested in showing that you actually read it. That's not the way that the wiring is set up. I bring up the psychopathy and I bring up the compulsive lying, and I want to add to it the grade school level of maturity, because before the debate I said, we learn things like waiting for others to talk before you talk, standing in line, following orders, telling the truth, being respectful to others. Those are elementary school lessons, and
functional behavior.
He doesn't have those. And so my concern about the analysis tonight is that we were very obviously looking at a psychopathic, compulsive lying, elementary-minded person who is now a convicted felon in 1 of 4 trials. And what everybody is talking about is the current president's stutter.
Point you raised.
Not here. I mean, I've been sitting, because I had a couple hours, watching what is on television, watching what people are tweeting about, and what they are discussing is not the lying.
Yes.
He told a bunch of lies, but he looked really strong. Well, of course. I mean, when you don't have a job and you lie compulsively and you're waiting for sentencing, you can be strong.
I remember
it's an easy gig.
I remember I was at the Poynter Institute for Media Studies, and it was a trip because they brought the best college students in the country. It was for an ethics fellowship. And Bob Steele, after the first day, Bob Steele came up to me and he said, "Hey, Roland, I need you to do me a favor today." I said, "What?" He said, "Can you not talk?" I was like, what the hell? That's the whole point. He said, this is what he said. He said, "The problem is you speak with such clarity that literally after you speak, everybody else can't say shit." Because he said how you broken down. I was like, well, shit, that ain't my problem.
Right.
I'm like, that's their problem. So, okay, fine. So we go into the session. I'm like, I'm gonna do this here. Man, it's the bullshit has happened. They sit here, and it was a certain case, and it was like, would you approve this story? Absolutely, I would. I was like, oh, y'all lying. So I started to argue the opposite of what I believed. My boy Greg Moore, who was assistant manager at the Boston Globe, he sent me a note. He said, "Do you believe the bullshit you saying right now?" I was like, "No, but everybody in this room lying their ass off." So I started arguing the opposite of what I actually believe and flipped the room. So the point is, if you speak with the level of what people think is clarity, conviction, and you repeat it, and you show righteous indignation, people go, "I think that chap is right. Listen to him." Now, they don't know it's a lie.
Yeah.
Because you just sitting here we're this. I mean, we were energy independent the most time ever when I was president. This and this. And if nobody, whether it's the person opposing you or the moderators go, I'm sorry, we actually have had the highest output of energy under President Biden, not you.
Right now.
That's
right
actually
today.
not true. $16 billion to HBCUs under President Biden and not you. So when you are, yes, that psychopath, in the absence of anybody fact-checking you, and that's why it's not going to get a lot of attention, but the number of times Biden did say, you lying.
All right.
You lied. You just lied. He called, and he didn't say, you're misstating. He didn't use that media crap. You misspoke. He said,
you lied.
You lying. But here's why it's not going to get a lot of play. Because Biden didn't say it authoritatively.
Exactly.
He said it, some would say, passively.
Yep.
But again, though, so he didn't sound. So that's why I still go back to when you don't have a strong voice, it impacts. It actually impacts how you communicate because the raspy voice, and all of those different things, which is why I still go back to, you do September 10th. You do it. You check, because you have to understand. I would rather go guns blazing. I would rather say I'm gonna put my guy out there than hide him, which I'm gonna actually help the opposition because they can say, why y'all hiding? Why y'all hiding? You can't hide. You run for president.
McCain suspended his campaign.
Doc, you run for president of the United States. Guess what? Either poop or get off the pot. You're running. So if your ass don't want to campaign, damn it, go ahead and pull out. But at the end of the day, if you're gonna run, you gotta run. And that's
But Roland,
go ahead.
What you described is the textbook way that a confidence man is supposed to behave.
Oh yes.
I mean, those are
the calm man. Oh yeah.
Those are the rules of that prop up. And so when you say what the moderators didn't do, I mean, there were no moderators and there was no debate. I agree with Reese on what it was. There was no moderators. There was no debate. That's not a debate. It wasn't set up to be a debate. And so if he got to do his propaganda pitch, and I loved all of the commentary about the foreign affairs implications of this, but everything that you described about how you project confidence where there is none, how you always have to speak authoritatively, how you never concede. You never concede that you're wrong about anything. And so that was contrasted with a decent man who is actually currently running the country. And it's like I tweeted today, I'm glad Vice President Harris came out and gave Anderson Cooper the run for his money that he deserved.
Oh, she did. Yeah.
Because she said, I'm not going to be here with you all night talking about 90 minutes when I've observed 3.5 years. And she talked about the record, and she talked about the man who is president. Like, you don't have to wonder if he can be president. Oh my God, because he was fumbling through a debate tonight. I'm not saying it was his best performance. I could tell he didn't feel well from the moment he opened his voice. But
she said that.
All of it. Yes.
I'm seeing it.
But if you think that that's what's determinative of whether he should run or not, or whether he should still be president, he is president. Your ACA, your loans,
here's
all
this
of
tweet
that.
that hashtag Biden's wins put out. CNN just released their fact check of Donald Trump throughout the debate. It turns out Donald Trump lied on just about every answer.
Yeah, he did.
Every answer. He's going to do. But again, though. But
from the network that let him do it.
Right. If you are allowed to lie, a lie gonna lie. Yep. All right. Here's the deal. We're about to close out. Okay. And so.
But we're going. I think we going.
No, I'm calling everybody.
Okay. But so closing out on your September 10th piece though, the Biden team suggested this. They chose a network. Again.
No. So. Remember, CNN first, and then Fox News like, hey, we want one. And so then I think the Trump folks said yes. I think the Biden folks said yes. And then I don't know who said yes to the VP debate. But so September 10th supposedly supposed to be Fox News.
But if you can't adjust the terms and make sure it's fact checked, again, is it worthwhile?
Yes,
that's just something to consider.
And then what you do is you train your candidate to say, throughout the debate, you're going to say, you still lying.
Yeah.
You still lying. No. You have to, and you have to literally say, and I ain't got no problem. They said you got 1 minute. That's when you say, I just need 15 seconds.
That's it.
Everything you just said is a flat out lie.
It's a lie.
A 100% LIE. I give y'all time back. See, I mean, so you got to condition. He actually did it 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, he did.
Did it 2 or 3 times tonight. But I'm saying you also have to do it in a way where you're not whispering, you're not passive with it. You have to say,
you lie.
Do you ever not lie?
Damn.
See, so those are the performative, theatrical sort of things that you have to go with. That's what I would do. Final comment.
I want to speak to the couch directly. Malcolm Kenyatta in Pennsylvania says, if you don't do politics, believe that politics does you. And when we talk about the lesser of the two evils, that is the case. We don't have a multi-party democracy here in this country. The reason we don't, again, because as I'll use his eloquent words, we don't plug in. We can't talk about building more parties and third parties in an election year. If we want more choices, we have to start today to build something so that it's on the ballot in 50 states in 4 years.
That's right.
It's too late to do it then. The other thing, too, for those, especially young people of color, who think that I'm just not going to vote, it doesn't make a difference. In a two-party democracy, unfortunately, in a nation that's split like this, when you don't vote, you're actually voting.
No question.
If you look at every poll, every issue in the country, the majority of those polls are won by people who are progressives, Democrats, and what have you. The majority of people in the country are now minorities, are now women. So for everyone who stays home, that helps the smaller party. It inflates their vote. So if you say you don't want to vote and you stay home, it's very likely that you're helping to inflate Donald Trump's vote. So those are just some things to think about when folks want to talk about staying on the couch.
My God.
Listen, I got Biden smoking them in November. I don't think it's going to be a long night. I think that this thing is over by the time California gets called. I think it's going to be a fun summer. Got the Republican convention coming up. I think the Olympics being between the two conventions is going to be very, very helpful. But I also think, look, the DNC, being in August, it's not traditional. But I think they got a lot of things they could tweet, they could plan around, and I'm surprised they could pop out and show folk. And look, I just have, with knowing that my party, at least a quarter, is refusing to vote for Donald Trump under any circumstances, I don't care how many black men cross over to Donald Trump. I don't care how many white women say, okay, Joe Biden's just untenable, we hate Kamala. You cannot get over 25% at least minimum. We're not even counting the 5 to 8% that is going to vote for RFK for whatever cockamamie reason. But you cannot get over 25, 30% Republicans saying fuck no to Donald Trump. So I have this being a quick night in November.
Stop.
Words of my grandmother, you have power unless you give it away. Use your power. Use your power to make sure you change the dynamics that are happening inside of our communities. Use your power to check injustice. And use your power to make a better future. It's really that simple.
Lauren?
All I can say is it's a good thing the media cycles in this country are so short. It's a good thing that the 4th of July is coming up. I think that's going to help the president tonight. I think it's problematic that increasingly we live in a world where somebody who is standing there and telling the truth is considered a loser, and somebody who is a huge liar and a lunatic is considered a winner because he's a strong speaker. So, but that's the world we live in part because of CNN, not just CNN, just the media at large, the media in general is making a huge mistake within this democracy. And we saw that tonight. Donald Trump, I grew up in New York, so I'm used to Donald Trump. He's crazy, but he's not stupid. He knows how to play the media. He knows how to play this game. And the repetition and all that stuff that Monique was just talking about, that is very purposeful. So we'll see what happens next.
Rebecca?
So I was talking to different people throughout the night. And so when I think about some of the text messages that I received, a black man, military vet, Michigan, his response to tonight was, if this is all y'all got, I'm staying home in November. But then black man, business owner, Republican, Georgia, texts me, Biden said what I need to hear him say. Trump, convicted felon, doesn't know what he's talking about, not good for business. This isn't even a contest. I'm not voting for Trump. I'm going to vote for Biden. So one thing that I will say is that if we're talking about just the theatrics and the performance, it was bad tonight on both sides. If we're talking, if we see the write-up or the transcript of what happened tonight, Biden wins because he talked about the issues versus Trump lied. One thing, if I was advising the White House, not the campaign, but the White House,
what I would say every single day between now and election, have a press conference with Joe Biden there. Actually have him show up to the briefing room and talk directly to the American people. Tomorrow. Absolutely would do that. I don't even think I would have him on the campaign trail as much as I would have him.
That happened
every single day.
When did they actually did that at that Democratic retreat? Remember when he left there and they had a news conference. I forgot what the issue was.
Right.
And then he took some of those questions there.
He should do the New York Times interview tomorrow. That's what he should do.
And cuss him.
Do it.
Yeah, and cuss him out.
Right.
Reese.
Losing a debate is not the same as losing an election. And be clear, Donald Trump didn't win the debate either. There were no winners tonight. Neither one of them moved the needle closer towards winning. Both of them affirmed the concerns that people have with them and did very little to assuage people's concerns with what they already were, where they were already weak. The campaign has to go into overdrive. And I don't think that the campaign, based on what I've seen tonight and based on what I've seen at the White House and several times that I've been there, means more Joe. I'm just gonna speak truth about that. I'm concerned about the level of delusion that I see throughout various factions of the party about the task that is ahead of us, because I think that there is too much feeling good listening to the vote blue no matter who people. I unequivocally support Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, the Democrats. I bust my ass day in and day out to connect the dots, put it where the goats can get it, as Joe Madison said. But Black media, we need help. We need investment in our infrastructure. As Tiffany and Melanie talked about, investment in the get out the vote, grassroots infrastructure. A lot of investment has to happen. A lot of the campaign isn't going to be about winning a news cycle, about winning an interview, about winning a debate. It's about the cumulative work that's put in, and the runway is closing. We got a big ass plane to land on a shorter runway. And so what I hope that people got from tonight, from seeing President Biden, bless his heart, a very noble, good man, is that we got work to do, all hands on deck, get all of the strong players out, fuck 2028, get everybody out there right now, and let's try to bring it home. Turnout in 2020 was 66.8%. 61.4%, unless it's never Trump or staying home, is what Hillary got, we lose. So if we don't hold on to those 8 million voters that were fed up with the economy, with COVID and all those stuff, and convince them that the direction that we are going in is we need to stay the path, and reversing that and putting the person who put us in this mess back in the driver's seat is the problem, then we have a problem on our hands. I would rather be us than them, but we got to get out of this delusion about what it takes to win.
Earlier I said Frank Luntz had a poll where he said his focus group, as the debate went on, every time Trump got vicious with Biden, the people who were undecided went to Biden as opposed to Trump. My man Matt Barretta was one of the top Latino pollsters in the country, tweeted this: if you haven't been watching the Univision FG of undecided Latino voters, nearly every single undecided voter said they now support Biden, not Trump.
Oh, good.
Latinos were watching and listening, and Trump sounded like a crazy liar. Watch this video clip from Univision. The thing that again, I think what we have to recognize
they had
is
black jobs.
I think here you go. Those Hispanic jobs. The thing that again, I think what often happens is I think a lot of media people absolutely cover this like it's a prize fight, as opposed to thinking people, and it's like, how the person looked, how they sounded, they were this, they were that, as opposed to what they were saying. But people were paying attention. Monique.
I think right there, I have a great deal of faith in our people's ability to not believe that manure is the same thing as M&Ms. We know the smell of shit. We don't have to taste it. And we were watching tonight. Those of us whose votes were not already locked in, we were watching. And I would be real careful with all of this, he's old, because the last time I checked, the largest voting bloc is right there with him. And they know that they still have their mental faculty. So when he was answering the questions that were asked, when he was giving the type of numbers and data, I agree with you, Reese, too prepared, right? To the point that it was causing stumbling when you're wasting time with a man who's not gonna prepare. So that was a debate hurdle, but what it means overall, I would say, is don't let these pundits and these commentators and these theatrical, hysterical drama kings and queens do it to you, voter. You know what you need. Your issues are at the table, and you know what you saw, and you know what you heard. Vote your interests.
Great.
That's good.
Yeah, I mean, again, we've all said it. This is why black media, black-owned media matters. We've been here 3 hours since the debate was over. And there's nothing that's been said on CNN or anywhere else that's anywhere near as valuable as this conversation. It was a drive-by in terms of the conversation. In terms of the Supreme Court, Trump again lying, saying that the Supreme Court preserved the abortion pill. No. If you read Kavanaugh's opinion, what he said was, mirroring Project 2025, this is how you do it when you come back the next time. They dismissed it on standing. But it's a good chance that this time tomorrow, certainly by Monday, we'll be talking about what they said about whether homeless people have the right to be in the world without being arrested. We'll be talking about whether there's a Chevron doctrine. In other words, whether the administrative state that they're trying to destroy and wrote about, whether it be the EPA, as you know, Santiago, anywhere else, in the case of the Chevron doctrine this time, Department of Commerce, whether they can do their jobs or whether they're going to throw it to a deadlocked legislature. But most importantly, we will be talking about what the Supreme Court did in Trump versus United States and Fisher versus United States. Is the Supreme Court going to say you can shoot somebody in the damn middle of Fifth Avenue and get away with it? In other words, what they're going to say about immunity, and all these people that you just basically told the world you're going to pardon, including yourself, is the Supreme Court going to rule between now and Monday that it's cool that, you charged them wrong. You can't charge them under that statute. The Supreme Court is that branch of government that we can't get rid of with an election, as you've been saying all along. And this is for all the marbles, this election coming up.
Final comment from me. I purposely wore this outfit. Did you speak? I thought I came to you. My bad. Go. No, excuse me. First of all, no. Because what happened was I went here, and I meant to go here, back. So gone. I'm serious.
Come on, Dr. Haynes.
I thought you actually spoke. I was trying to keep up. Go.
Okay, so
go and make your little hot bother comment.
You all spoke so eloquently about the political analysis. I won't dare to trade in those waters. I'm a policy person. I do policy from the time I wake up to the time I go to sleep. And we weren't the only ones watching tonight. Our adversaries were watching. Tehran was watching. Moscow was watching. Beijing was watching. Even some of our partners that are very worried are watching. Sudan's watching. Haiti's watching. Niger's watching. The whole world is watching, but not necessarily the debate. They're watching our responses. And I'm going to tell you why. In 2015, 2016, the way in which our vulnerabilities as a country around identity were targeted, specifically around the 2016 election, the troll farms that were activated, that actively participated in misinformation and disinformation, that is their stock in trade. So what they're paying attention to are all the memes, all the people laughing and joking. Tomorrow there's going to be tons of jokes. Black folks, when we have at it and we start adding music and graphics, it's about to be on a whole nother level, because that's the distraction. That's what we're interested in. What I am interested in, when I'm sitting across the table, when I'm at work, the real problems that are facing not just our country, but our partners and our allies. What I don't understand is the what's at stake part. what I can't wrap my head around, how is a Sharia-light country sexy for business?
Facts.
I don't get it. What is really, what are we really trying to do here by suppressing women? Why do you want to keep us at home? Why do you want to control our bodies? What's really going on behind this? Because I can't figure out, Reese's the business person, I can't figure out how is this good for the bottom line? I don't get it. Yeah. Especially when you think about our traditional partners and allies who are worried, and I am telling you, they are more worried about what they saw tonight than we are. Because they're wondering, okay, does that mean then, you know, if it's not going to be another Biden-Harris administration, what's going to happen to Ukraine? Does that then mean Vladimir Putin just kind of win by default and then he gets to do what he wants to do? Yes, that is what that means. That is exactly what that means. Does that mean China's watching in the background? Because China's playing chess, baby, let me tell you. They are playing chess and they are watching. Okay? Does that then mean China say, okay, in this multipolar world that we keep talking about, then we can just go ahead and ease onto the top because the U.S. is no longer the U.S. Russia has to pull itself back together, and they have played it smart, right, if it isn't another Biden-Harris administration. So these are the things that I pay attention to, and it's not to say that I don't pay attention to domestic issues. I absolutely do. What's happening in my home state, Louisiana, makes me want to cry and scream. But all of this is interconnected. All of it is interconnected. And while it looks messy and while people don't understand it, and I get it, I promise you, this administration is the best at what it's doing right now in the world of foreign policy. And it may not look like that, and I get it. I have no reason to lie because I have a stake in this too. My black family has a stake in this democracy standing up, as all of our families do. It's important for the Biden-Harris administration to continue, and not just for the sake of them, but for democracy. And I'm not saying that hyperbolically. I'm saying it as a political scientist. I'm saying this as an expert. Because it is on the precipice. We are teetering on the brink. So I hate to leave at that doom and gloom, but what's at stake is very serious, and it's all hands on deck.
Chris Jackson tweeted this, y'all. Go to my iPad. He said 50% of CNN's own focus group of undecided voters in Michigan just said President Biden won the debate. The talking heads think they know better than the voters, clearly.
Good.
So I purposely wore this Alpha shirt today. It said, "A voteless people is a hopeless people." This is the voting campaign that Alphas have had dating back to the 1920s and 1930s. The reason that slogan is important is because what do we often hear from people? They say, you know what? All these people suck. Nobody's doing anything. I have no hope. Things have not gotten better. But here's a reality for anybody who thinks that. That is, the most guaranteed way to ensure nothing ever gets better is if you actually have no hope and you stay on that couch. Now, when I think about ancestors, I think about the people who knew they were never going to be able to vote. I think about the people who knew that they had no shot at all of changing the political infrastructure in this country, but they were not hopeless. They actually had hope. They actually wanted to be able to cast that ballot. I think about the black folks in Texas who lost a decision at the Supreme Court, and they then went and raised the money to challenge the all-white Democratic primary system in Texas, which then led to that being a rule unconstitutional, opening doors for opportunities in Texas. Those were black people who put together pennies and nickels and dimes and actually funded that effort. They were not hopeless. I think about those folks we mentioned earlier in 1964 who came from Mississippi, who went to Atlantic City, who were trying to change the Democratic Party. Fannie Lou Hamer with her famous purse as she recounted how she was beaten in Mississippi. That was not a black woman who was hopeless. That was a woman who was sick and tired of being sick and tired, and she was expressing the actual hope. When President Lyndon Baines Johnson told Walter Reuther, the head of the AFL-CIO, that he would tell King, I will pull the money from the labor union, from the civil rights movement if y'all don't support this compromise, because LBJ was focused at winning a landslide. King goes back and tells them we have to accept the deal. Bob Moses and Fannie Lou Hamer and others were pissed off. They said, we didn't come here for a compromise, But King understood, and he said, I have to win today's battle in order to keep fighting to win tomorrow's war. And for so many of us, we say, well, I didn't see this done and this done, and I haven't seen criminal justice reform. The George Floyd Justice Act wasn't passed. Well, it actually was passed. It was passed in the House, which Democrats controlled. Died in the United States Senate because Senator Tim Scott did not want to piss off the sheriff in South Carolina, and so therefore he ignored the other police unions who were standing behind it. He went on Face the Nation and lied about that particular bill. But even though the George Floyd Justice Act did not pass, you did have an executive order dealing with a number of those very issues. You have seen a Department of Justice drive criminal justice reform. Even though the administration doesn't talk about it, it actually happens. Now just juxtapose that with an administration that did not care about the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice. See, there are options. See, we keep saying that, oh my goodness, you know, this is the lesser of two evils. No, I don't think so, because last I checked, I don't recall the Trump administration actually going after racism in home appraisals. This one has. That impacts Black wealth. That impacts the ability to be able to sell your house for the fair market value, not being underselling by $100,000, $200,000, or $300,000. And so for the people, again, who say that they are hopeless, who say that, well, I haven't seen things change in my community, I didn't have to ask you the question, but what have you done? What have you done? How have you actually challenged city council leaders, school board members, county commission members, your state rep, your state senator? How have you challenged them? See, I mean, I remember being a sixth grader and a city councilman, Ernest McGowan, coming to our bazaar at Our Lady Star to see Catholic Church, and I challenged him about cuts that the city council was considering making. I pressed him so hard, he literally looked around and was like, whose kid is this? But see, that's what happens when you have a mom and daddy who actually involved in the civic club. That's what happens when you have a dad and mama who watch the news a lot. And I know some of y'all might be sitting here saying, oh, you must have grown up in one of those neighborhoods, one of those families where you went to private school, and no, mom and dad never even went to college. But they actually gave a shit about the community we lived in, Clinton Park in Houston. See, I grew up in a family that was not hopeless. They actually said, we can actually change for the better. So when you hear this phrase, it's the lesser of two evils, I want y'all to then define what the hell do you think to be evil? Now, do I disagree with Biden on what's happening with Israel and Gaza? I do. But how many of y'all were complaining about drone strikes under Obama? How many of y'all were complaining about what happened in Libya when Obama was president? That's right. See, a lot of us got a real short memory because we like to overlook those particular things. Now, I know, again, and this is not a critique of Obama, but when you talk about the commitment of Biden and Harris to HBCUs, that level of commitment did not exist under Obama-Biden. Let me be perfectly clear. So when we're talking about these things that matter, we have to reframe them differently. Tonight was a debate. Tonight was one debate. Does tonight decide the election? No. Because I remember 2004, I remember George W. Bush lost 3 debates. And he beat John Kerry in November. So if you're getting caught up in the performative part, I get it. I know people are saying, well, Biden old. Yep, he was old last time too. But again, who would I rather have? An old man or a crazy man? Would I rather have somebody who actually understands policy and who knows how to negotiate on the domestic and the foreign front, or do I want somebody who literally is in the pocket of Putin? These are some basic fundamental decisions that folks have to make. And some of y'all are sitting out there saying, well, you know what? I want to check out. Mustafa sitting there saying, not a good-ass idea for you to do that. Trump tonight said he had the cleanest, clearest, most fantastical water you've ever seen in your life. But you have a Supreme Court that could very well make a decision that will nullify all kind of things in the EPA.
That's right.
You got the fossil fuel people who are waiting for Trump to get back in there so they can gut every environmental rule. And now you got a Supreme Court who will allow it to actually happen. Right. So you care about clean water. And all y'all black folks, oh yeah, environment matters, because most places where the most environmental racism are in black communities. If we're sitting here talking about faith, Reverend Mark Thompson, he's a minister. My wife was an ordained minister. But you got a religious right who is so crazed and deranged that they literally want to create a white Christian nationalist government and damn not just Muslims, not Buddhists, not just any other faith, but they don't even care about other Christians who don't believe in what they actually believe in. If we're talking about education, Dr. Greg Carr cares a lot about that. You got to ask yourself the question, what party right now wants to institute significant cuts to the Pell Grant program, and you do know 90% of HBCU students receive Pell Grants. Do understand that's how most of us are able to go to school. So you can't sit here and say, oh, well, those things don't matter. And I know somebody's sitting here saying, well, okay, I hear all this sort of stuff, but infrastructure, I don't really care about that. Tell the person who hits a pothole. Tell the person who getting tired of people driving down the street who's speeding and you got no speed bumps. Tell that to the people where you have to understand that what group has the highest number per capita of traffic deaths on federal highways? African Americans. This administration, I've had the conversation with Pete Buttigieg, but they're trying to address that as a part of the infrastructure bill. So if we're talking about real stuff, not Bronny being drafted by the Lakers, not Stephen A. in First Take and what his contract is, not what in the hell what Amber Rose is doing. What I'm talking about right now is you have to make a fundamental decision whether you're going to sit on the couch, complain on YouTube, whine on Twitter, and then post memes on Instagram, or you're going to actually have a sense of hope and say, I'm going to use the power that I do have, my ballot, and then after the election is over, I'm going to ride the hell out of those same politicians to do what they said they were going to do. That's the question that you have to make. For the next several weeks, we're going to be doing this every single day, walking y'all through this, talking about these issues, having conversations like this, because you're not getting this. I'm telling you right now, MSNBC is, oh my God, it's like they're over there just having conniptions and they need to call therapists in. And Yana Van Zant may have to go over there and deal with the entire staff because they're losing their minds. Same thing happening at CNN. And then of course, Dr. Phil is over there having a ball with the folks at Fox News because they are just excited and ecstatic about what happened tonight. But let me be real clear. If that evil, egotistical, psychopathic, narcissistic con man is allowed back in the Oval Office, those of you who say we survived 4 years of him will be eating your words. Because I can tell you right now, it's a lot of black folk who remember the hell of 8 years of Reagan, who remember those additional 4 years under H.W. Bush. And why in the world would you want to even chance an evil person like that being back in the Oval Office? Thanks to everybody who watched the show. Thanks to everybody who participated. Appreciate to the staff, the folks who joined us, Melanie, Tiffany, and so many others. We'll be back at it tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, right here on Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. Y'all know we keep it real, keep it black. And as we always say,